Hello and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and this is the Temple Tankard YouTube channel, and Discord servers, and we're here for Avress, the Shattered World. Hey, we are back live again. So if you missed us last week, the episode is in the playlist, so you didn't get a chance to see it. Go back and watch it. It is all recorded and ready to go and uploaded, so we are all set. But to sum up what happened last time, you guys left the city of while you're in the city of Nirval. An alarm went up there, and you rushed out to where Athena had been sightseeing, to where a surge of incorporeal undead had broken through the collapsed section of the tunnels, heading off to the island of Ervan. And there, among the ones fighting these, was a dwarf cleric of sorts who kind of shimmered into existence, fighting these undead, taking them down. You all assisted in dispatching them, as individually not very powerful, but as a large group, definitely a threat. So after dispatching them, helping up the town, you spent some time getting to know this new person as well as you could, as they were a bit touched in the head, to say it lightly, and having seemingly no name that he was able to provide. Uh, and next surface, with the intent to travel down along the coast, uh, alternating between using your horses and using the rock. You We're heading down the coast toward the city of Yorlock, and with a few encounters in the evening, some strange sounds, some odd things, and a somewhat close encounter with a large seeming dragon. Um, you've managed to avoid any actual confrontations so far, but we do pick up on the morning as um, you are still along the coast there with your iron tower. Get out of there. Sorry about that. What is that doing there? That should not be there.
It's a literal, like, gargantuan sized mimic, everyone world.
Yeah, the size of about 50 miles. Yes,
Yeah, it's 50
that's why they
miles.
call it the Wasteland. Anyway, what you see along the coast here, um, again, the land to the south and inland there is just this craggy, broken, desolate landscape of just like some cracked hills, some rocks, some very twisted scrub. Little you can see the way the trees there, and our no-name person so far has referred to this area as the Wastelands. But we pick up. Did the map move on me here? If we are, yeah. This seems a little bit off to me. Like there was something missing. Because you were a little further south in the other one. Let me fix that real quick. You guys were actually right around.
There.
Not quite that far yet. No, you were right about. Let me just put the stop paying the map. Helping. You guys
We're
are
just
right
trying to
about.
help. We're just trying to
Yeah.
help. That's all. You know.
Okay, you were right about there. A little further into this line here. And the line does not want to join up there. What is going on with this line? It's not working. Try this. There we
Doesn't
go.
like you? That's
Yeah,
not nice.
didn't want to work. Okay, here we go. And so yes, so far on the coast there, you can see that the trees to the northwest of you seem to have been moving somewhat, and you didn't go and investigate them. Kind of kept keeping your distance from them at least. But yeah, as the vegetation faded away into the scraggy, cracked landscape of the wastelands here, you have the morning to decide where you want to go next, how you want to travel on.
Where do we want to travel on at?
I mean, you do know that down the coast here is supposedly the city of Yorlock, so that was
Yeah, I mean, if it
Where we're
ain't
heading.
broke, we don't fix it, right? We just keep trucking along like we're trucking along.
Sure.
Yeah.
So rock, horses, rock, horses, rock, horses.
But
I'm all for the
I would like
rock.
to say, because we saw a dragon last night,
Oh,
I
that's actually
think
true,
that we
yeah.
should probably not go on the rock today. I think we should maybe put some distance between us and the dragon first, and then maybe use it later or tomorrow, because the idea of it, dragons can fly. If we're flying, we don't want an aerial battle with the rock and then us all falling down from the rock that's now dead. You know what I mean?
I
mean,
don't
I
know.
can-
It could be a little bit fun. Yeah, it might be a little
I-
entertaining.
can solve this real easy. The rock needs to rest this time, so we're on horses.
Oh, I thought we'd been on horses the previous
Nope.
I
night.
think
I thought this was okay.
Nope, this was the time
no,
of
actually, from here to here was the rock. Now you went from
Yeah.
here to here on horses. So yeah, you
And then
have
we
the
did
rock
it the
ready
night
to go.
the day
Yeah.
of horses, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we
Okay,
should carry
okay.
on for a while. I think we should try and put some distance between us and whatever it is.
I dumped side points into it to be able to bring the rock back today, so
Yeah.
let's
And-
keep that in mind too.
But we saw a dragon overnight. That's the only thing that's sending alarm bells to me. Like we might be a bit more inconspicuous on horseback than if we just take to the sky and go, look at us, we're a giant bird. You know?
Well, I mean,
And I mean, we don't know how long dragons have been here. They might have been here the whole time. If there's one, there's probably more. As far as I'm concerned, you don't. I'm not willing to take that risk unless you guys think that it's going to be worth it. I don't know if you want to have a
I
big.
mean, I don't know. Like, normally the dragons can be solitary creatures, right? They're not like us kobolds. Like, there are a whole bunch of us.
None of you have ever seen a dragon living other than the couple that saw one silver dragon.
one silver dragon,
Um,
and then
yeah.
no, and then
We
that's
saw
what's
two
there
white
for-
dragons earlier. We saw one, then we saw
Sure.
another. And
Yeah.
it's just saying to me that if there's one and then another, the chances are this one could also have another or more. Those could have one and another, and like young ones and older ones, and there could be loads. We don't know anything about dragons. We don't know how long they've been alive for, how long they've been here for. But if they're here, chances are there's not just three, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just trying to use a bit of logic.
It is a very interesting thing, yeah. That on our continent there are none, but on here we have seen several. That is.
Well, there used to be some, didn't there, until the cataclysm.
so
Yeah,
then the
but-
question comes into, I'm okay with riding horses. The question is, how quickly do you want to get to Yorlock? Because the whole point of horses riding the bird and horses riding the bird was so that we could get down there fairly quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, it's probably important not to hang around, but at the same time, it's not like an urgent thing, is it? It's just we get there when we get there. I don't know. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. You can talk amongst yourselves and decide, but I'm just telling you what my opinion is. We all got opinions, so.
Okay, so we got one vote for horses. Anyone else got another vote?
Does our new friend have a way of riding a horse?
Somebody
already-
give me a
Yeah,
saddle.
we gave him. We
They-
definitely gave him
yeah,
a saddle.
Give me a saddle.
Yeah.
Okay, he has a saddle. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, so then I guess let's just, for now, ride the horses, or goats, or rams, or whatever it is that we all have. And I guess, Lucas, are you going to Pegasus and fly, or are you going to just Pegasus and walk?
Well, if we're going horses, yeah, I will summon the Pegasus.
Yeah, but are you going to fly with Pegasus, or are you going to walk with Pegasus? Because here's my idea. If you fly, you can let us know if we need to summon rock quickly and get on it and get out.
Well, if I fly, I mean, I don't need to fly too high anyway, so yeah.
Right. You just have extra eyeballs, because I think you have the bigger perception than the rest of us, right?
Did we determine last
Oh, do it.
time,
My passive perception
Mine's
is
21.
a 13. So, oh,
Or mine's
We're more
14.
perceptive than you are. Then.
yeah. All right, so why don't we do that? Let's ride the horses, and then you can be up a little bit so that you are able to look out further. And if we
It-
need to get on it to get out and around, especially like if a chasm is coming up or something.
Also, it's either like clear skies or
It
cloudy,
is
right?
overcast, just
Yeah,
slate
okay.
gray, no
Mhm.
clouds, no.
So
It is just overcast here.
it's always overcast, but it goes quickly from it's
Oh,
daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, very quickly.
yes, I remember
Yeah,
that.
There is no gradual into nightness. It is just right there.
Right.
Into nightness.
yes,
Yes.
And also, we're missing a whole moon. Remember that too.
you sure are.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And none of us could think of why.
I mean, give me intelligence checks. We've been in a couple days now. Those of you
Mhm.
not from this part of the world.
Intelligence check. So that's just
Yeah,
roll a
just a
d20
straight check. Yeah.
Of course, I have a +5 in intelligence, and I roll a 4 on the flippin' die.
Excellent. Okay.
Well, I guess.
Um, look, as it starts to dawn on you at least a little bit that Ioun travels and Amethyst definitely, and you spend a lot of time in the open plains and watching the moon, seeing the moon here. The moon goes around at an odd angle through the sky. Does not follow the trail of the sun. The moon actually travels from kind of southwest to northeast in the sky. So where this is situated, likely it's possible at least the moon doesn't rise in this part of the sky because it never actually comes above the horizon in this part of the world.
That's insane.
It is very weird, but suddenly you realize that wait a minute, the way it moves around the Earth and the way the Earth and the way the planet turns doesn't follow the same pattern. Ashfield goes around perfectly horizontal, basically goes east to west, but it goes kind of in a weird orbit through the sky.
I suppose it's only like, places like Iceland that are like dark half the year and light the other half.
Mhm.
It's just
Just the way
Yeah.
the world is turning and the way moon orbits, it may never come on the sky. And your local has never seen the moon. With that moon, the small one, yeah, the small purple one, that one you see.
that's crazy.
So, nameless. How old are you?
Don't know. I have not counted. I have not counted. I have not counted.
He doesn't know his own name, and doubt he'll know how old he is.
Well, it's nice to ask the basic questions. I was just trying to make conversation as we were driving, riding, whatever.
Oh, there's
Oh,
basic questions. How old are you?
I am a whole whopping not very old. I am 27.
And he turns to Lucas. And how old are you?
29.
Turns to Amethyst. And how old are you?
I'm 28.
Turns for the last
Hello in
time to
between.
Athena. Hey, lass with the red hair. You are looking very stunning today. And what is your age, young lassie?
Lady doesn't share her age, but
What
I'm
just
28.
happened? He's just did a different accent.
Well, I was
It's in
talking to her in
Dwarvish.
Dwarven.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get it.
Excellent.
Ah,
And
So,
for character-ish, whenever we go to daylight, I don't know if I explained this fully the last time, because he's got black gooey armor. Whenever it turns to daytime, the goo will cover his hands as gloves, and it'll put a helmet over his head. Then it just the goo just kind of so it covers him during the daytime.
Wow. Are you sensitive to light?
Does the sun ever come out? Or she don't
Yeah.
know what I'm saying to her. I'm coming. Hey, sun.
None the wiser. Okay. Anything come back to you overnight while you were sleeping, or?
No, it counts dragons. I now count dragons. There's one dragon.
Okay. Okay.
Before we set off, I'll spend 10 minutes inspiring everyone.
As you
I'll
collapse
just,
the tower back again. Yep.
22.
I'll just spend 10 minutes summoning my mount. Does
Okay.
it work?
Give me an Arcana check. Or a spellcaster check. Yeah, actually, technically it's a charisma check.
Spellcaster.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's getting a little bit easier. We've done it a few times now. It's basically the Pegasus. It almost like flickers for a moment. You kind of focus on solidifying it there, and then kind of moves into place. Um, One thing, those of you who noticed, when the image sort of flickers as it's coming into being, um, it's almost like it's superimposed, like it's almost like a photo negative. Like there's it's like black shape, and then a white, and then it finally solidifies into a white shape of a Pegasus there with a winged horse. But just for a moment, you just see that sort of little flicker where it's like just the inverse of a dark, shadowy shape instead of a white, gleaming horse.
Anti-Pegasus.
Like the flaming, like a flaming.
Just a quick flicker. All you see is sort of a dark shape there in the same general shape as a horse, not really specifically you can't see details about it. I said it wasn't there long enough. It's almost like you blink and you miss it kind of thing. But it does appear there as normal, and your horse is there. Anything else anyone's doing here in the morning besides packing up? Anything, bringing up your horses?
I'm starting to feel a little dubious about this person. I don't know anything about him. He's not giving anything away, and I'm starting to feel like
He's
you telling
Radomir.
Are you telling that to everybody?
Not right now, but I think I'm going to attempt at some point to, when asking questions, to just see if I can just get in there a little bit and have a think about what have a listen in on what he's thinking.
Radomir.
So surface thoughts. Actually, let me ask you then, Dow. What do they see when they speak to you? What kind of images are in your head? Not going into memories, just sort of surface thoughts.
Surface thoughts. So basically, surface thoughts. A lot of devils and demons. A lot of Walking Dead. A lot of undead armies, and occasional, if they're kind of peeking at the surface, a cave. Constantly looking for a cave. Box in a cave.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of just like some nightmarish
Cave?
images. Lots of like images of terrible things.
You said a
Okay.
box in a cave?
A
No.
crate. He's looking for a crate. A crate comes to his mind, and a cave.
But
Okay.
here's the thing: we don't see or hear that because that's an amethyst's head.
Yeah, but I'm
It is-
starting. Maybe it is just he's just been exposed to a little bit too much and he's a bit damaged.
Yep. You do not pick up any like idea of a name. You don't pick up any probably images of like friendly people. Like he
Okay.
hasn't. Probably the only images of friendly people have been in the last like 36 hours.
Well, whilst that's still going, I would like to throw the name Corwayne at him and just say, "Have you ever heard of Corwayne?"
Name does not sound familiar to you.
Didn't
Okay.
we ask him that before?
Doesn't.
Yeah, but I didn't detect thoughts when I asked him.
Oh, okay.
Give me a history check. Just see what pops up. Maybe
I'm
something
taking
that's
that is I.
Yep. Okay. No, the only thing that pops up is basically Amethyst asking you before. Like you heard them mention the name before.
Yeah,
So
the
yeah,
town. Yeah.
yeah, but nothing like so like that image comes back to you, but nothing else. Um, Amethyst, are you going to push deeper?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
I think if any alarm bell sounded to me, I would have tried to, but right now I'm quite content that he's not telling lies.
I would say this. You would have to some of the images, I mean, mostly of fleeing and hiding and just kind of watching from a distance there, but there would be flashes of you having to have fought some things, like some undead,
Yeah.
things that caught you off guard, or something that flew overhead there and spotted you and came down and attacked you. So um, you're not extremely
Many
stealthy.
encounters with the
Yes,
undead.
yeah, some with demons, some with other um there's also because you haven't traveled across the wasteland, and so I'm just saying like you come and travel along the central portion here at all. You kind of skirted the edges of it and stayed on the side there. So uh you will have spotted occasionally the ruins of something, like some toppled ruins, maybe some a shell of a building off in the distance somewhere. Um, Nothing that was like enough to like warrant going and investigating specifically. But yeah,
Right.
it's like like there were signs of like long gone civilizations out there, or some civilized places out there in the wastelands, but nothing that drew your attention enough to go investigate.
No. A couple of nomad camps, but never
Mhm.
went near them.
Yeah. Um, I would say occasionally in the hills of the south there, some of those nomad camps, you would have actually kind of think not so much nomads, think along the people from Mad Max. It's that sort of wasteland survivors. Occasionally you would have seen people that are just sort of violent um and little more than monsters themselves. And so any encounters you had with them would have not gone well, and you had to either flee or dispatch them.
Yes, I won two potatoes on one man enter, with two men enter, one man leave. I bet potato. I got two potatoes back.
Not quite that. Never actually went to Thunderdome. So, but
Okay.
so you guys packed up your stuff here, gathered it there, got your temporary hit points, and you start traveling south. Um,
22 now? Or is it 20?
22.
Thank you.
22.
So, over the course of the day, everyone give me perception checks, and Lucas can do it with advantage because you are flying a little elevated above the party, not enough to be causing any problems, but enough.
I gave him my horse. I'm on the carpet.
Oh, you didn't summon he has the Pegasus.
Yeah, and I'm on the carpet because I gave down my horse.
Oh, okay.
So I'm flying too. That's all I was saying.
Okay. All right, then roll advantage as well. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, he already had one from somebody else, but you had an extra one, so extra saddle. You didn't need to give him your horse. He already had one.
Oh, okay. I thought, okay. I don't know if Grimbar gave us his. So,
I think Lucas handed his over last time.
oh, okay.
He was riding Lucas's last time. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. So you're kind of traveling along on the way, kind of moving south, and about midday, probably about. It's hard to tell time because you've not seen the sun across the skies. It's been bright for a while. You've been traveling for a bit, and you kind of guess it's somewhere midday, late afternoon maybe. Um, and you will both Amethyst and Lucas. Yeah, there is something to the west. something that kind of catches your eye. And it's just only because it's out of place. I mean, you've been seeing just like this wasteland, just like just scrubs. There's some low hills along the way. It's not perfectly flat landscape there. There's some like crags and cracks in the ground, and some raised areas, some small hills. But off in the section of one small hill, it's a ways off there, you just make out something dark on the ground. Some like black. I mean, it's a very stark change from the surrounding grayish brown dead looking ground to something that's like just an absolute black area on the ground. I mean, it's miles off. It's not close, but you just kind of see it off the side there. And occasionally you have that weird sort of um you see sort of this occasional sort of like mirage shifting images in the air. But that one, the two of you both spot it as just this like constant like area that's just black.
I pointed out to everyone else. Do we? You
From
want
the
to have a
ground, you
look?
can't. Yeah, from the ground, you can't see it very well. You can kind of see. It's actually at the, kind of the base of some hills there, and so but you can kind of make out where he's talking about. You can't quite see the black on the ground from ground level. As conversations of sleeping in a metal tower.
Too hard.
Yep.
Hurt my neck.
But so Lucas asked you why I wanted to go see it.
Yeah, why don't we go see it?
Yeah, we can go. We can go and look. Yeah, maybe do it stealthily.
No
Remember-
name. Have you got any experience
There-
with things that look dark on the ground like that over there?
No.
No. Okay.
And I will point out there is no stealth here. You are wide open terrain, like stealthing across an open field. There's nothing to hide behind. There's nothing like you are just literally walking across an open field.
Ask if it makes you feel better. You can hide behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could like kind of like try to like belly crawl or kind of like a rock here and then run over to a rock over there. So, but there's way too much open space between
We're
this
just
area.
in a giant open field.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
grasslands.
Yeah.
Well, used to be grasslands.
Yeah, literally, yeah. It's like they've never been in like high desert areas. It's just like this
Mhm.
open space and like yeah, but where everything is mostly dead.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Could be my makeshift backpack.
Yeah.
You're small enough. Literally could be my
Literally,
backpack.
yeah, literally. It's like
um,
I'm like the size of like what would a week bag would be, like a week's long hiking trip bag.
so you move along the way there, kind of kind of moving. I mean, not like running along there, kicking up a cloud of dust, but you're not able to really stealth either. So, kind of moving along the terrain there. As you start to I mean, it's like I said, it's miles off. It's not close by here, and since you're just kind of moving at a normal pace there, it's going to take you about 20 minutes to really get there. But as you do get closer, you will see. Go ahead and give me survival checks or perception. Nothing as you start to approach, because there's going to be some things to spot on the way. Okay, excellent.
All right, Amethyst, enough.
Yes.
Enough.
Okay.
No more clicky the click crack magic rocks.
Sorry.
I just like the fact my character keeps rolling low, like his
Yeah.
character is supposed to, because he's never been here or knows anything.
I thought you would be
Yeah.
happy that I notice things so that we can all, stay safe and stuff.
Nope, not always.
So, those of you who got above the 20s there, again, so I'll just say Lucas and our cleric there, you
Cleric,
you
not cleric.
know he's a cleric.
We don't. We have no idea what he can do yet. We've never seen him do
You
anything.
watched him cast spells, and you watched him
Yeah,
like
watch him fight.
you watched him
Well,
fight. He was
there-
yeah.
They watched me go unconscious after
Yeah, watch
swinging
your
my
content.
arrow
He
Yeah.
turned
once,
up. He dropped to the ground.
and I
He was
missed.
already unconscious when we turned up. I don't know what he
I
did.
Oh,
Athena
sure.
knows what he can do.
Athena knows what he can
knows
do.
what
Yes,
he can do.
sorry.
Yeah.
Athena watched him. Yeah, sorry. Okay,
Mhm, mhm.
having things. Anyway, yes. But anyway, uh, you guys are scanning the area. You're not seeing much of anything. It's just lifeless and dead. The ground is a little more rocky and uneven here. You'll notice that there. And as you're approaching, there's definitely a hill, a kind of a set of hills there, and there seems to be the source of this black this black mass or whatever you're seeing there seems to be a space a space between the hills. Again, so it's kind of seeing it kind of moving out there. First thing is kind of a trick of the light there, maybe some sort of a shadow somehow or other between the hills there. But no, it definitely is coming from between these two hills, to the larger size hills. Um, Athena and Esk, you will start to spot weird little patches of black, like goo on the ground. Um, just sort of like just a glob here, a bit here, and just kind of spotting those things on the ground here. And Esk with a 28, one of the larger ones looks a little like a footprint, maybe, but it's big, like big, like a good like 4 feet, like kind of, and there's definitely an impression and a squish down of some scrubby plants there. You don't see a bunch of other. It's sort of like a little bit here, a little bit there, some over here. You're not getting like a trail of any kind here. It's just like,
I would
yeah.
I would call out to nameless. Nameless, would you know anything about a big maybe gooey giant, or something? Any that ring
I
a bell? Maybe.
did not see any giants.
I'm a giant. Well,
Well,
part giant.
Ah,
Definitely,
Lassie, you're a beautiful giant at that too.
Oh, right back at you.
definitely different. Much larger than what Athena would leave behind.
yeah. There may be a big footprint. Uh,
Okay, Amethyst from a little bit elevated position here, to kind of moving along there. You'll see these little patches of black goo. Again, it's not enough. It's not really a trail. It's just really like a splot here and a bit there. And seeing what Esk is looking at there from above there, you can kind of see there's a bit of an imprint where kind of a plant has been squished. And there's a little bit of black goo on the ground there, where this thing like maybe stepped. Um, but from the a little bit vantage point there, you can see two things. One, um, the the crag in between the hills that there seems to be an opening, like a crack, almost like a cave or something like that, where it seems to be coming out of. And there's also on the edges of this, it's almost like a lake, a large kind of like outline of black. It's like a lake of black, and there's things moving on the shoreline.
Of course there is.
Just sort of like, and you kind of like squint a little bit there, kind of picking at it, and you kind of see these, and they're not, well, from your vantage point when you're still pretty far away, you do see these little things moving on the shore.
Little thing.
Vague, vaguely dog or rat. They're like quadruped almost the way they look. But again, they're just black. Just like you can't see any features of them. They're just sort of black, like hunched over, like moving along the shoreline.
I'll tell the guys what I can see from my position.
And we'll kind of a little bit of a detour here as you kind of go off this way a little bit. Roughly there. Yep.
Jim, can I look at those black puddles of goo?
Sure. Yeah.
Um, just kind of trying to figure out what it is. Is it water or what would have been water?
It's a little bit like thick and viscous. It's tar.
Tar.
Smells kind of like burnt and but yeah, it's like you kind of pick up a little bit there, kind of pick up there, and yeah, it's like almost semi-solid. And it has that like burnt, like rubbery smell to it,
Okay.
and it's
That's
very, very sticky and gooey. Kind of like
nasty.
you kind of have to wipe it off there. It doesn't really come off your fingers very well. You have to kind of spend some time wiping off.
Well, I don't want to exactly wipe it off just yet. I want to collect a couple. I have this vial in my bag.
Okay.
I want to collect and fill it up. I
Yeah,
have plans for it later.
you kind of like wipe your finger off there and kind of get it on the edge of there and kind of push it down in. Yeah.
Hmm.
And so it's very, very heavy when you put it in the vial there. Like it's a good solid weight to it there. You're still probably about a mile out from this lake of black goo. At this point, it's probably the same thing. It's probably tar, lake of tar.
Okay.
Tell very much. Shall we leave?
Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily want to go over that way if we don't have to. Mm, vial of goo.
One last thing. It's faint at this point, but actually, no, it's fine. You, Amethyst and Lucas, you can sense rift energy.
Right.
There is absolutely in that direction. There's something weird about that lake thing there, in that vicinity. It's still faint, but you're on the lookout for it there. And there's definitely the feeling of something distorting, something not quite right with the material plane there. Give me an Arcana check to see what you can determine from that as you at least for the moment as you're starting to get closer. You're still a ways off. 22, nice. 31, okay, excellent. And this you can definitely confirm there. It is coming from that direction, and you're fairly certain it's coming from um not the lake itself, but from that gap in the hills beyond where that crag is up there. And Lucas, you can definitely sense this is Earth. This is from the elemental plane of Earth. There is an Earth rift somewhere here that's causing this, like this is coming from somewhere else. This is not something native to here.
So do we want to find it and dispel it?
That's what we're here to do. Yeah, we are here to close, some reefs. The Earth one is not as bad as the ones with the hells, maybe, but it's why not close things that we are here to close?
I think the biggest issues are when multiple rifts open close to one another and the energy crosses over. That's when it's becoming a huge issue. So I think that if we see any rifts, it's probably a good idea to at least attempt to close them. What do you think?
We can try, yeah.
I think any open rift is a bad rift, so let's close it.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me it's happened a couple of times now where Esk has referred to our new person as nameless, and this has said no name. Athena has been calling him Razimir. What? So Dow, what do you want to be called here based on three people calling you different things?
I like my new friends to call me what my new friends want to call me. I will name, I will not name. I will be Razmir. I will be here. This is interesting. I have friends. Maybe they're friends.
Of course, we're your friend.
Maybe if they wanted to all get in on one name, yay. But I can count. I have 1, 2, 3, 3 names.
And Lucas hasn't referred to him as a name yet, so gotta go from there.
But I
I'm
know
waiting for
he's
it.
20. He's 29 because I started small conversation.
I was waiting for a name to come forth, but I don't know.
I was hoping that he was going to remember his name at some point. So hopefully, I'm still kind of holding on. And maybe over time, if he's having a better time than he has obviously had before, that maybe his memories will start to come back and he'll maybe start to remember where he's from and what his name is and how old he is and all the other things.
Yeah, well,
And if not, I guess he can choose a name.
well, in that case, with that in mind, you guys can kind of pick and choose what you're going to say or call him, and we'll go from there. Um, until I hear otherwise, I will just go with nameless. That's fine. So
Nameless.
as
It's
I
not a name.
I know that it's more of a title than it is a name at this point, and it's when
Right?
yeah. So
I used to have a
anyway,
cat called No Name and he loved his name. So
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
so this Lake of Tar, as you're getting closer, you're still about a mile off, and still kind of moving toward it here. You will start to notice shapes moving along kind of along the edge of it there. They don't seem to really notice you or come toward you at all, at least not from this distance. Um, but you do make out, yes, they're sort of like hunched over, squat, somewhat quadruped in shape. There, it's hard to again. It's like that, like it's hard to get a good look at them because they're just like this flat black color. Um, a bit of glistening from light hitting it just right here, but for the most part, it's just this black color of this quadruped shape walking along there. Again, hard to get scale at this distance either, so it's hard to see. Um, but at as you get within probably about half a mile, you will see up in the where that crag is. Again, and this is pointed it out there. There's like a gap or some sort of a cave up in there. Um, near it, it wasn't until you got to the right angle here that you could see it. This there, something comes walking down along the edge there, stepping partially in the goo, stepping out of it there, but it is obviously much more bipedal. It is large and just kind of like walking along, just sort of like long arms. You can't see features of any kind. It's just this black mass in the shape of a person. But you realize now that's definitely much taller than anything else you're seeing right now. You can definitely see the difference there.
Hmm.
And it's sort of like walking along, just kind of plodding along there, just and you do kind of feel a little bit of an impact as it steps onto solid ground.
Say, is his like footprints making it all the way out here?
You can't. Um, a little bit. It's definitely heavy enough to kind of send a little bit of a ripple in the ground. So you're only about a half mile away, so it's more like when you see its foot come down, you can just barely feel it, kind of like trying to feel for it. You can kind of hear. But you're all still on your horses or your carpet or your
Does
Pegasus.
does it look like it's having any struggles with the tar, or is it just
Nope.
walking normally? Ooh.
It's like the steps that are on the ground and the steps that are on tar are just
Mm,
its pace does not change from one step to the other. Notice also that the little things on the shoreline are kind of walking in and out of it. Again, you can't tell a depth or anything else because there's no way to see that.
mhm.
Um, but yeah, that's definitely these things here. That's what you see ahead of you. Quick count: one giant, probably a dozen or so of these hounds, these dog-like things, made of tar, kind of wandering around.
Um, Should we
I'm
try? Go ahead.
I'm gonna, because I don't speak Terran, I'm gonna use the wand of communication, the Manset communication rod, to cast tongues on myself, just in case we are able to communicate in any way with this, whatever this is coming towards us.
They don't seem to have like taken notice of your presence so far. And they're just kind of wandering around, kind of moving the space there.
Mhm.
What would you like to do?
I'm gonna get closer.
Okay.
But that's up to the party.
Are you gonna
Oh.
stay on your horse? Or are you gonna?
They're about half a mile, you said?
Yeah, roughly.
No, I'm gonna get off my horse. Put it away, actually.
Okay.
And then I will. We can't stealth, but I can quietly go up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah. You can get sort of low to the ground. So you're not really like just. I mean, being off the horse, you're definitely not as noticeable.
Right.
And again, you can kind of crouch low to the ground and kind of stay along there.
I'll go
So
with you.
okay. So on the carpet.
Yeah, but like low.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Have to kind of move up and down a little bit to kind of avoid some scrubby bushes, like dead bushes and stuff like that. But you can kind of maneuver around and kind of stay low to the ground. Okay. How about Lucas?
I'm gonna
Thing.
cast invisibility.
Okay. Great or regular? Okay, cool.
Really?
Just regular.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you going to cast it? So does your Pegasus too, or are you going to stay hop off the Pegasus?
No, stay on the Pegasus, so
Okay.
like both of us. Yeah.
Okay. So you cast at 3rd level. Okay. All right. So
No, it automatically affects. It's a summoned steed. If I'm on it, any spell I
oh
cast
right,
on
yes,
myself
but
affects
that's
that
right.
as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So you guys, you see, you watch as Lucas fades out of view and kind of, and so Lucas, at that point, you can kind of maneuver around and kind of see what you can see. How about there either nameless?
I
Gonna
will
hop off
put
the
my saddle away
Okay.
into my foldable boat,
Sure.
and then I will whisper to Athena.
Mhm.
That one seems to run away in the face of danger there. Did he
Actually,
go
he's
for it?
not.
Oh.
He goes in the shadows so nobody can see him, and then he pops out of nowhere and cuts people down. It's really, really cool.
Hi, it's like when I come out to the bar and then I end up home. I'm like, wow, I'm home.
Right, exactly. Only I think alcohol might play a problem in that.
Well, that's good to know.
And then I was assuming Ask will do the same as he hops off his horse and moves low to the ground here. Okay, so those of you those on the ground here, let me see. Go ahead and at this point, go ahead and give me a stealth. You kind of keep low and kind of move and kind of try to stay out of view of things and try to move when they can't notice you. Just sort of it's just see if
30,
anyone's
20.
yeah, if they're preoccupied with what they're doing, they're not going to necessarily see you.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, well, I'll go ahead and roll for. I'm just going to roll a d20 for Ask and see. I know his stealth is pretty good.
Yeah, but stealth is
Oh.
ridiculously high.
But yeah, you only roll a 3, so that's a problem.
Mm.
So, you don't again. You're kind of like it's difficult because you're kind of getting snagged on little like things there, and there's some little rocks that are that you kind of crunch on a little bit. So as you start to get closer there will be like at a point probably about 150 feet away or so as you kind of approach. Uh, and just to kind of put it into view here, the giant is on the opposite side, kind of closer to the hills there, compared to you guys on the far side of the lake from it. The lake at this point you can see is probably a good 300 feet across, roughly.
That's a
It's not
big-
huge, but it's enough to kind of be noticeable there. It's a pretty good distance there. And again, you can't tell depth or anything else. It's sort of a bit of an oblong tier shape kind of view, kind of look to it. And so yeah, the first seem to kind of like looking, and they kind of turn. You can say kind of see a head of amorphous like head like shape kind of turn your direction, like it might see or hear you. Um, and it's just sort of like well, well, it's almost this little bloop sound that it makes. Um, and two of them start like moving in your direction, sort of like again a bit like a uh almost like a for the better terms, a large dog, kind of like bloop, 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 bloop. So
Mm.
it's about 150 feet away. What do you want to do? Two of them are moving toward you.
Two of the dogs are moving toward us.
Yes, and we'll just kind of just to give you what we're looking at here. Boop, look a little like that. Little less defined there, but that's sort of all black, a bit dripping off of them as you kind of see little bits dripping off of them here and there. Um, I must kind of do
At least they look
that.
friendly. I mean,
Of course, yeah.
Yeah,
So
totally friendly.
two heading
Not
toward
terrifying
you.
at all.
So they don't look like those wolves we saw earlier, correct?
No, nothing like them. No, these are definitely just again they're very vaguely dog shaped and
Okay. So I was
kind of
thinking
put
about intimidating them and making them run away instead of having to fight them.
kind of give you an idea. There's two there, and we'll just kind of put out an image on the far side of the lake there of something that looks a little like that.
That is creepy.
Again,
yeah, okay.
I am. I am creepy. Yes, yes, I am. I'm going very, very slow. Ask, on the other hand, is making a ton of noise and needs to knock it off.
Eska name was kind of like kick a rock and crunch on a little dead bush.
I am sorry. I was doing some tracking, seeing if there's any more of these things. Yeah.
Okay. So again, there's moving toward two of them are moving toward you at this point. There's more around. It doesn't really notice what's going on yet, but there's two kind of like flopping their way toward you.
Um, are they sniffing for anything? They're behaving like
It
normal dogs?
they're sort of like again they're moving in this weird sort of like it's almost you can almost see their feet kind of like off the ground and so again you don't see them sniffing, you don't see them like I mean again you can't see a mouth really on them exactly,
Right.
but they're just sort of like
Um,
it vaguely like they're sniffing, but you don't see like a nose or anything else on them from this distance.
I have this javelin that I've wanted to throw for a while. I think I am going to throw it.
150 feet. Check the range increment on that
Um,
thing.
no, I'm
Yeah.
gonna scoot up 30 feet and then throw it
Okay.
because
What's
the
the range
range
increment
on
on that?
30, 120.
31 10. Okay, cool. So it'll be with disadvantage. But
Mm-hmm,
okay.
mm-hmm.
So you move up 30 feet and you see Athena pull out a javelin you recognize and throw it.
I am going to attempt to, yes. Wait, am I
Okay.
clicked on the right thing?
Yes, you are disadvantaged because they are at the
Yes.
edge of your range increment.
Yes. Doesn't matter, I rolled pretty high for both of them.
Excellent. Yep. So javelin just kind of stinks into one of it there. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Uh-huh. Nice! Max damage!
Excellent. So it just kind of sinks into it and just sticks.
Ew.
And it just keeps moving. Like it didn't even notice it and just kind of like it doesn't even like pause in moving. It's definitely stuck into it though.
Is it not, like, giving us any attention yet still?
Oh,
Like, it doesn't
it's
care?
not moving toward you, absolutely. So
Okay,
at
cool.
that point now, it just sort of like and just makes this weird like bubbling sound. And a couple others nearby sort of like look off in that kind of heads kind of perk up a little bit, kind of looking around. As we'll just call it two more will start heading off in your direction.
When it makes the sound, is it any kind of language or is it just
No, it sounds like a dog bark underwater.
Oh, interesting.
So, if it is under a spell effect of third
Nope.
level or lower, okay.
There's no active magic on these guys.
Okay, so that's just a creepy looking dog that we need to not have around.
And as they start to pick up the pace and start to move, they're not moving fast like a wolf would move, or like a dog would move like that. But it sort of like bends and moves in a way that's like not like an animal with bones. Like it's just sort of like it's almost like a limb will reach out and stretch, and then so it's like kind of like this weird sort of like something made of tar, essentially, as it's kind of like loping toward you in this like stretching and this weird sort of like somewhat quadruped like motion there as it's moving toward you now. So let's go ahead and bring up our turn order here and start rolling some initiatives.
Does it look like an elemental of some description, but just made of tar? Okay.
Yeah, some sort of an earth elemental, but yeah, it has that sort of it doesn't have an animal like look. And go ahead and shrink yourselves down. Obviously, it's not going to be that big on this map. Feel free to.
We can't shrink
Well, you
ourselves.
can't. I will do that then. No problem.
We can. We should be able to.
It's mostly just relative areas, but who's going to be where. I don't want to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm out in front.
Yeah.
No, apparently not.
Okay. Hey, stop moving. Okay. Let me. Obviously, you're on a hex map right now, so it's gonna be hard to place it. I don't want relative positions, like who's going where.
I'm in the.
I was right behind Athena.
Right in
Okay.
the front.
Okay.
And then, Raz said he was right beside me. So.
Okay. So you guys are moving off there.
I was planning on trying to talk to these things as soon as I got close enough, but as soon as she started to try and attack them before we'd even made any contact, I'm just going to try and put some space between myself and Athena, because that.
Were you flying?
Yeah, I was flying behind her.
Oof. I wish I was smaller than that, but sorry. You are Ninja Lucas at the moment. Again, you guys, yeah. It's gonna snap you to the middle of a hex. So go ahead and use the Alt key and put yourself where you're gonna be.
I did it.
Okay. Yeah.
I did it.
Okay. So again, at this point, yeah, we're not gonna like you kind of ping which one you're attacking or else that. I'm not gonna maneuver around or anything else. We're just gonna basically it's all just sort of at this point more theater of the mind.
Oh, we have to roll now, don't we?
Yeah, those turn orders up there. Yep.
Kind of the whole point, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh, but
That's not what that is.
Yeah.
Never mind that.
Today.
Why did it call it that? That's not what it's called. Weird.
Great job, Razimir. You get to go first.
no, it doesn't. Have you seen Lucas's ridiculous roll?
Lucas is just ridiculous in a
+7
general
to initiative.
Listen, he's ridiculous to begin with, so I don't even worry about it.
There we go. And then we'll go ahead. That's not the right token for this guy at all. What happened here?
Rob's trying to play with one arm because the cat's just decided to lie on his other arm.
Of course.
I kicked mine out. Said no thank you today, no bird.
Oh,
Athena's not a pirate. Arr.
he's just sitting on his arm and screaming at him. What?
All right. So let me go ahead and put him on the initiative. He's going to be a little bit slower. Potentially. Come on now. And there we go. Oh, wow. Not slower. Okay, so Lucas, you are invisible and you can see what's up ahead there. There's a bunch of at this point 4. There, 2 are sort of out in front, and then 2 more that are sort of like a little ways away. So, so they're a little distance apart from each other.
Are there how many more are there around the lake?
There's gonna be about 8 more, but scattered around there. So they're not really in. They're not at this point not even moving toward you yet. This group here is about 120 feet away. These guys are about 150 feet away, and this guy is like 300 feet away. But he's still a ways off.
Can we tell if they're hostile?
They're moving towards you. Again, you can't really see intent really, other than they're moving at you. Again, it's there's no they're making noise and they're heading in your direction. You can assume what you want to assume. Get some sound.
No, I cast tongues because I wanted to try and communicate with them, but
I can still try.
I can still try, but someone's attacked them now, so chances are, if they weren't hostile before, they will be now.
Yes, you're not on the turn order.
Who?
But you go before me.
Oh, I should have been.
I don't see you.
I definitely clicked my token.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on.
You go before me, so you could still talk to them.
Yeah, it should have been 20. So
But anyway, Lucas, you are still up first. So, what would you like to do? They do not see you there. No, you're there.
Flying anyway, so I'm gonna cast hypnotic pattern on not the first 2, second 2.
A second 2, okay. Alrighty. Let me just check something real fast. And what's the condition that puts out there?
hypnotized.
That's not a condition. Paralyzed, charmed. What is that?
Charmed.
Charmed. Okay. All right. In that case, I will go ahead and roll these guys. 1 and 2. Okay. Yeah. The second 2 here, we'll just go ahead and put a little bit of a as they sort of like pause and just sort of I'll just put a little sleepiness on them as they sort of go as the lights and sounds appear around them. They just sort of like pause for a moment, and it's like both are looking kind of their heads turn in the direction of that, and just sort of they sort of stop moving. Anything else we do? Yeah, you're visible now as Lucas shimmers into view. Okay.
See?
No, that's it for now.
Look, Razzle, I told you. Just pops out of nowhere and makes things undead.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Because these things are immune to paralyze. That's why I was like, but they're not immune to charm, so they can be.
So the one that's glowing on the right side there.
Yeah, the 2 that have the little sleepy faces on them are now currently not moving.
Right.
The ones in the front. Yeah.
There was fairy fire, or did that change?
No, I don't think I didn't see a fairy fire happen.
But I must have heard the wrong thing. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. Hypnotic pattern.
Hypnotic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So all
Yeah.
right. So I thought that was that
Yeah.
fairy fire thing. Okay.
No,
They're both incapacitated and charmed, so
Right. Yeah.
they're just sort
I
of
get it now. Just different.
standing there.
I thought it was a different spell.
Yep.
So in the front.
Okay. So, then Nameless, you're up. As these things are moving toward you, I mean, they're heading your direction. One of them has a javelin stuck into it. The second rank, the ones that move there are just both just kind of standing there. They're not moving at this point.
I'm aiming at the javelin one.
Okay,
There's my bow.
nice, excellent. They're definitely in your range. Divine strike,
Damage
excellent. Wow.
Plus 2d8. See if I can figure out how to roll that.
What's the 2d8 from?
It's my strike.
It's already on there.
It's already on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, divine
so
strike there. Yeah. So it's
on the
20
right.
damage. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Cool.
Excellent.
7 piercing, 13 divine strike.
Excellent. So the arrow, just sort of this glowing arrow appears from the bow, and you see radiant energy kind of flare up on the link there as he fires the arrow. The arrow like sinks into it, disappearing all the way inside of it there, and there's a bit of a glow that's and you can see it kind of get blasted by it here. A little bit of a gap appears there, which slowly seals up around the arrow as it's still moving, but it definitely falters a step. Anything else you want to do? Move or... I mean, you want to close the distance? You want to hang back? You want to keep up with Athena?
Stay about 15 feet behind
Okay, so you're kind of keeping pace then. Okay, right. All right.
of Athena, yeah.
All right, excellent. So you move that. All right, Amethyst. You can see these things, and you see the giant across the way there. He's still pretty far away. He's on the opposite side of the lake.
Okay. I don't really know how far things are. Oh God.
Again, the first rank's 120, the second rank's 150. He's like 450. There's more beyond that.
Right.
Like they're sort of like haven't really started moving or doing anything yet. So yeah, at this point, yeah, the front group is 120 feet away from Athena.
Okay. I guess we're fighting them. I mean, it's just would have liked to try and speak first, but
Nothing's stopping you from doing that.
well, it is because we're now a hostile. It's just it's okay. It doesn't matter. But I'm gonna. How far are these two apart from each other, the two front ones?
Close. Maybe 10, 15 feet.
Okay.
They're shoulder to shoulder, but they're not like 30 feet away from each other. So again, this is more theater of the mind. I'm not gonna like get into distances and area effects and everything else. You're gonna get what you want to do. We'll figure out how many you hit.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe I could just do like a wall of fire or something and try and keep them back. But it's just I think it's pointless at this point because we'll just fight them. I suppose I'll just drop a fireball or something on those two because they're having a fight now.
Okay. Sure.
And then something else. I've got the I remembered. And I've forgotten for ages. But I have something that lets me do extra damage when I damage something.
Okay.
Scale of the Master. 1d8 psychic damage to any spell that deals damage.
A single target or all targets?
It says this large emerald scale is infused with psychic energy when they attuned to this item, a spellcaster adds 1d8 psychic damage to any spell that deals damage.
Yeah. So roll 1d8.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So the first one that's got the javelin, it took the javelin and the arrow. Just you can see it just kind of blasts into them, and as the fireball detonates around them, there the one stopped moving, the other one keeps going. Doesn't seem to really doesn't falter. Just kind of.
Mhm.
Anything else you want to do?
Yeah, bonus action, see invisibility, please.
Sure.
Just so I don't bump into Lucas. As much as
You will
anything
take
Invisible.
note how.
else. Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah, Lucas is right there. Yeah, he's appeared.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
One thing that will happen is that this fireball explodes and reverberates everywhere. It could be heard from a long distance off. It's this big open plain and a massive explosion just happens. Anything that wasn't fully aware of you definitely is now, as all the hounds along the lakeshore now are all like head-like structures snap into view off in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Giant as well. The giant just sort of it kind of like turns and looks, and you can kind of see it like in your direction or whatever, and just sort of strides right into the pool. Just boom. Within about 10-15 feet or so of the edge, as it strides in there, you can see it rapidly moving up its torso, and then it disappears under the surface of the lake. And that's its turn. The hounds, however, keep moving, and it will close the distance by about. And a couple more. This one's gone here. A couple more will show up, and I'm going to try to do this. Oops. Beep. As a couple more are still in that longer range area there. Okay. Oh no. Okay. We'll just call this as another group is sort of like at this point sort of bounding in your direction. So it's kind of like this just double moving off toward you. Okay. Athena, it is your turn as we wait for S to pop back online.
So- It is. They're about 60 feet from me, ish, right?
Ish, yeah.
How far apart are Esk and Raz?
They're behind you. So
Like
I think
less
Raz
than.
is 15 feet from you. I assume Esk is probably about the same.
Oh, he dropped out. Okay.
Yes, yeah. He just said his power got his power cord got pulled.
Oh no, I didn't see
So
that part. Okay.
He's plugging. He's getting back on.
That's cool.
Okay, so I'm going to bonus action Bulwark of the Force.
Okay, cool.
Five creatures within 30 feet. That's why I needed to know their footage.
Sure.
And then I'm just going to charge head on into the very first thing. So move me 30 feet.
And then 30 more feet for your move and your dash.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're right up on top of it. Okay, so
I
we'll
am.
just put you right up there on top of it. Cool.
That's it.
You guys each, and Bulwark gives them what again? +1 AC.
Well,
+2 AC.
sorry, it gives them half coverage
Oh, have coverage. Okay.
for a minute.
Okay, so you guys have. Just remember this: you guys have partial cover. That doesn't work in melee, does it?
I don't think you can in melee.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alrighty, that's fine.
So it may not work too well on Esk, but it's cast.
Yeah.
The three of us
Alright.
have it.
All right, so welcome, Baskas. Perfect timing. It's your turn. You think Athena just charged ahead there, got into close up with this first one here. It's still, and one thing you'll notice is it's still kind of like there's still flames flickering on it because tar is kind of flammable, and so it's actually kind of partially on fire.
Okay. So I will go ahead and poof appear next to her as well.
Okay. And it's about 60 feet there to get roughly. For you, it'd be about 75, 80 feet because you were a little ways back.
Oh. Then I will go ahead and activate one of my hastes. Then that will give me. So
Okay.
I'm hasted.
Okay.
On my way up there. So bonus action. Where's that item at?
Haste is an action. Yeah. You don't get a bonus action for that.
Okay. So now I have my hasted action. Hold on. Sorry.
If haste was a bonus action, that would be ridiculously broken.
Yes, it would.
Discombobulated. Pulling out my power cord there. Crap. What's the other thing I was gonna do? Yes. Okay. So no, as I'm running up, I activate my tattoo. That's the bonus action. So, my tattoo gives me a 15-foot reach.
What's your normal move?
So my normal move is 50. So action,
55 feet.
haste. So 100 feet, and then as I'm running, bonus action tattoo, which gives me a 15-foot range.
Sure, you get up on it, yeah.
So, but I don't actually want to touch the thing, but I'm gonna punch the thing from 15 feet away because I'm cool with cool monkey
Now
thing.
I want. Is it your? Is you have to use it because haste gives you an extra attack on your attack action.
Right. I'm not attacking this. I'm not attacking this round.
Okay, gotcha.
I can't.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Okay, makes sense. All right. All right. So you get up there. Round,
I set things up for when I can do things.
Sure. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. So you activated your bells and whistles. Awesome. Okay.
All my bells and whistles are activated. Correct.
All right. Lucas, you're up. You see they've closed in on one. There's two more coming up. The two are still hypnotized over there.
Are all the rest coming as well, or just those two?
They're starting to. At this point, they're a little further away, so I'm not bringing them in close yet. So.
Oh, looks like we're fighting them.
Yep. Yeah, and at this point, up close there, Athena, this thing is hostile. It is absolutely like moving to attack you.
Does it have teeth?
It's weird when you look at it now, up close now. It's just this black open space that has sort of like, it's not really like teeth exactly. It's just sort of like, it's you know that when it opens up there, it's sort of this like jagged space there. Like you don't see actual teeth. It's really like jagged, like it looks kind of like this, like this.
Okay. But not actual teeth. Okay.
Yeah, you don't see white teeth or anything else like that. It's just like this, like jagged looking opening around where a mouth would be. You don't see eyes really either. It's just sort of like again, it's partially on fire, and it comes up to about your chest.
Ooh, it's a big boy.
Yeah, it's not small. Like it's big.
I'm gonna just drop a fireball on the other two.
Okay.
Closing.
Okay. Excellent. All right. They'll each take some damage as another massive explosion rips over the whole area.
Well, they know we're here anyway from the first one.
Sure. Okay. One moment, please.
We're worried about ringing the dinner bell for the dragon as well. Actually, thinking?
Already rung. It's already been rung.
All right. Anything else, Lucas? Want to move, or you're okay with distance wise?
Yeah, fine.
Cool. Arnie, the nameless. They rushed up there ahead of you, to each double moving, and S just kind of blurred his way up there. You're still about 60 feet away or so. So you can definitely see them up there, engaged with one of them. And a couple more just got rocked by another fireball.
Don't forget you have half courage.
Did you say the giant was starting to move away?
No, it
No,
moved
toward
into the pool and just sort of like submerged itself completely into the pool.
Okay.
Like it disappeared under the surface.
Right.
It's coming toward us now.
Yes, it was on the far side of the pool. Now it's like it moved into the pool there, quickly disappearing under the surface.
Okay. So I'll just deal with these then. That's in front of us.
And there are more coming up there. So just to point that out.
Razumir's shooting.
All right, 13 does not hit. It's sort of like it kind of like partially shoots, like skitters past it and kind of passes on the other side there for no real damage.
Alright, that's my turn. I moved up.
Okay. All right, so you close the distance and there. Amethyst. Couple more coming up there. They're about on. They basically got to where the last fireball popped the one guy. So.
I'm really struggling with the distance because the spells have all have distance on them, and I haven't got a clue how far away everything is.
What
so-
spell? What distance are you trying to reach? Tell me what you're trying to do. I'll tell you if they're in range or not.
I was going to attempt to fairy fire a couple of them.
What's the range?
I'm just looking now. I don't think I'm close enough. I think it's 60.
Yeah, 60. They'd be out of that.
Yeah.
Razumir, I think.
They're between 60 and 120 right now. We'll just kind of call it that. Yeah, they took a massive fireball already.
Yeah, I'll just give them another one, eh? Just
Sure.
they can just bugger off.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. 2 psychic. If they're affected by psychic.
They go down. Another explosion happens, and you see them sort of like they sort of almost like lose cohesion partially and kind of drop into a smoldering, flaming heap all together there. Yep. As gotta put this pile of smoldering ones here. Okay.
Let's move.
All right. So the distance you will see on the near side of the tar pool a head appear, followed by shoulders, followed by in there as the giant sort of strides up out of the pool on the other side, almost as if he teleported through the tar.
Teleported. Oh, me.
It just reforms itself on the opposite side. Effectively just striding up out of there, getting to about, we'll call it there. In that, it's not super fast, but it's just, again, it takes long strides, but it's not super fast. At this point, it is in that, just at that 60-foot range. However, it sort of looks around all of you, and yeah, I can do this. Let me see here. One moment. Let me fix something real quick as I realize I'm missing something. Ran out of time doing this real quick, so I'm the. There it is. Cool. All right. So he basically stands down there and sees a smoldering tar thing at his feet there that you just blew up there, and he just picks it up and throws it. Just one motion. And it's going to throw it over at the two of you, essentially. Lucas, you're closer, so it's going to come flying toward you. You're also a bigger target in the Pegasus. So as he hucks this massive glob of flaming tar at you. 16 to hit, however, does not hit you. As you manage to, like, dodge out of the way. What's your Pegasus AC, by the way? Because it's kind of hitting...
Right, I'm not sure if the Pegasus is still invisible. Because I broke my invisibility.
I think the spell ends, though, so it wouldn't continue.
Does it end the spell?
Well, you lose concentration on the spell when you attack. I would think is how that works.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Kind of Pegasus, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I can't remember what armor class the Barding gave it.
Don't remember offhand here. Was it above 16?
It's 15 normally, but it's got Barding on it.
Okay. Yeah, so I assume it's probably like +2 or something at least there. So
Yeah.
Even if it's +2, that would basically. So essentially, you sort of the Pegasus rears up and it hits it there, but it sort of like dances off the side there, and it just doesn't hit it solidly and drops to the ground there at its feet as it comes back down again on the surface there. You can still feel the heat from the impact, but not enough to cause any real damage. As it just sort of looks off in your direction, you're just and Amethyst, since you have tongues up there and you understand Terran at this point, there it does say effectively all intruders must die. That doesn't sound very intelligent, but it can basically it does kind of put that out there as this thing is attacking anyone in the vicinity.
Uh-huh.
And the hounds. Well, this one's all right. So, Athena, since you're the one up on it right now, it's going to go ahead and you will see like it's on all fours. And like a blob of tar, sort of like actually, step back there. A blob of tar will actually slam, like come out from where its shoulder would be, and slams into you. Hold on here. Okay. Let me just go ahead and hide that. It's fine. All right, and tries to hit you with this big old blob of tar. 14 does not hit, though. I don't think.
Nope.
So you kind of like dodge out of the way of it there, and it kind of just barely grazes you. And then it just like the mouth of it there sort of like lashes out there trying to bite onto you as well. 8 does not hit, so you kind of like dodge out of the way of it there. It moves somewhat fast, but it's not hard to dodge for you, at least, as it tries to hit you and bite you.
I believe the word is it's fast, but I'm faster.
Basically, yes. And whoops. Come on now. Stop that. Oop. Yeah, some more are arriving in the back. Yes, more are charging around the tar lake. And
So
we'll
we
just
were
call...
outnumbered before. Now we're triply outnumbered. Is that what
Sure.
I'm hearing? Okay.
I
Oh,
mean-
big.
Sorry. It's not supposed to be that big there. It's unfortunately this dumb hex map is causing problems. So here we go.
All right, Jim, I just realised that the 15 armor class was with the boarding, so that would have hit.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So it'd be 21 damage total with
Yeah.
14 bludgeoning, 7 fire as it does hit against it. Okay. As they are all charging up there, I believe. Yeah, these four are kind of all in a pack. There's two more sort of like sniffing around the side there. But they're kind of like on the far side of the lake there, just kind of watching and seeing what happens. But they aren't seem doing there. They just charge into view, and effectively they're running at you, and they're in that sort of 120 range at this point. There as they rush up into that space. Beyond 60, within 120. Athena.
Okay, well, that thing
trying to
wanted
punch.
to,
They're trying to punch you and bite you.
wants to eat me, so I'm just gonna eat it back.
Excuse me?
I'm gonna use my axe.
Okay.
I don't have. I don't
a little
have.
concerned trying to take a bite out of this. It would not go well
No.
for you.
No biting. Just use my
Okay.
axe to chop it to bits.
Okay. Okay.
And then the next attack.
That definitely hits. Wow, definitely hits. And essentially, the first one kind of slashes across it. The second one, you just bring it down, and you essentially like, cut it in half. Like it just clean cut down the middle there, and the two halves go into the ground.
Cool. I'm going to assume it's going to stay that way, and I'm going to move up to the next one for my last attack.
They're too far away. They're 60 feet away from you.
Well, then I will move 30 feet. I will bonus action jump.
How far is that? The giant's about 60 feet. Actually, so let me rearrange here a little bit here just to kind of get relative distances here, just so we can see this. Let's do this way. The giant's about 60 feet from you.
The giant is 60
They're a little
feet.
further away. Yes.
Okay,
we'll
well
do
then
that.
I will jump to the giant.
Okay then.
Hold on, let me make sure that I can reach him. Twice my walking speed, so I can go right up on him without even using my walking speed. So that is used.
Okay, so you leap to him.
That is my side eye.
And you basically come to about its thigh.
Okay.
It's about 20 feet tall.
That's fun. Okay. So I'm going to hit him with my last strike, and when I hit him with my last strike, I'm also going to do my psionic power into that. Because I've been forgetting that that's a thing that I'm supposed to be doing. If a 27 hits him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You will splash into him and do some damage. Kind of cut across his legs. Just kind of parts. Again, it's just like hitting a big thing of tar. It just goes cuts through it there, and then kind of seals over top of it afterwards.
Ew. Okay. That's me.
Okay. Okay. So there we go. Esk, you are up. The giant. Athena's up on the giant there, 60 feet away.
And I am also going to appear in front of him. While I am poofing, I am going to bonus action rage. Oh my God.
I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. You're there. You're on him. Back up.
Okay.
I got you.
What's the button to do it again? You have to do
Alt.
that. What's
Hold the Alt key. Yeah.
Okay.
You hold down Alt, left Alt. Yep.
Okay, cool. And then so let's do some attacks. You know what? I'll use this. I'll use a damage type I haven't used yet. I will use cold damage. So first attack. Let's see how this goes. Does that hit?
Yes.
This is cold.
All right.
Second. Oh, 16.
Oh, hold on here. One moment, please. Let me just fix one thing real quick. All right, that's a little bit cleaned up a bit. I'm gonna move you guys out of the way so you're not on top of this. Okay, that looks better. All right, let's see here. So that's 16. That's the hit. That's the damage. Sorry. Okay.
That's
Sorry.
the second. Then
I see it now.
Into
Yeah.
hit. Yes.
Okay. The 2d the 16 damage. How much of that is cold, and how much of that is
All of it.
none? It's all cold.
It's all cold. Yeah, I just completely changed the damage type from bludgeoning to.
Okay. Cool.
Cold
All right.
damage.
16 does not hit.
Okay. Cool. Third attack.
Essentially, it's sort of like it's like hitting like well, it's you kind of punch it and it doesn't really
So
sink into
I
it all.
am- Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to have 1d6 added to that because my tattoo is active. One second.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll kind of go from there. So it's third attack hits.
Okay.
Keep going. Keep rolling here. That's fine.
Yep. That's a little
Excellent.
better.
Okay.
That's 20 cold damage plus 4 force damage.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
That's all three attacks in my.
Yeah.
Yes.
Frost sort of like from the impacts there, the frost sort of like radiates out across the tar structure there, and you're hitting it basically below the knee, kind of about kind of upper calf level, and like little like spider webs of frost kind of branch out from the impact site there, and then so it sort of like slowly dissipates, leaving behind a dent in the surface.
Yeah.
It slowly sort of like pushes back out again.
Definitely not. I'm not touching him, so I'm using like my key to like punch him from 10 feet away. I'll be 10 feet.
Sure.
10 feet away. All right.
Alrighty.
That is the end of my turn.
Lucas.
I will cast. That's the big gianty guy. Guiding bolt.
All right. You will hit. And a large glowing spot appears within reach of all of you down there. So you nail it somewhere right around the knee. Like one of his knees is certainly glowing brightly from the impact of the site there.
I'll fly a bit closer as well.
All right. Cool.
Not too close.
Yeah. Nameless. You can see them pummeling and smashing and hitting this giant thing up there. Again, 20 feet tall.
All right. So Athena already covered more damage than I could, and I'm thinking Lucas just moved off to the right, so now he is out of my 25-foot range, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I will skip to the left, to the right, to the left, jump. 15 feet, skip, and still be way behind Athena.
Yep. We'll just do this guy here while you're.
And I will launch a bonus action, my animated shield, and
Okay.
fire an arrow at the tall giant.
With advantage.
Yep, you have an advantage on this one. You don't need it. Well, roll it again just in case you get a crit. Nope. Okay. Still hit it. All right. So roll your damage. Excellent.
13.
Arrow embeds itself in the chest there, and just radiant energy sinks into it, and so basically, it doesn't go all the way through it like it did with the hound. It sort of sinks in there, the arrow glowing brightly, and the arrow just sort of like as the radiant energy pours into it and then leaches away. The arrow just sort of like sits there in its chest. Amethyst.
Hello. I'm gonna use my staff of the Magi to fireball the giant and anything that's close enough to him.
All of them?
All of them?
That's
No, I mean the people that
all of the party? No.
Yeah, I could take it. Go for
Anything
it.
that's what, at 7th level?
Yeah. Where are you targeting? It's not going to hit the party.
Well, behind him,
Behind
so
it?
he's just on
Sure.
obviously on the front edge of it.
Okay,
So-
sure.
I know it's probably going to get the ones that he's but
No, they were 150 feet away. So basically, yeah, it's like they are. Yeah, where this is right now, yeah, you're going to hit the giant.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not great damage, but it's all right.
It's
42
awesome.
more than it was.
Mm-hmm.
So, another explosion appears behind it, and you see sort of like the whole back half of this thing just light up, and like pretty much, it's those of you standing in front of it just see this humongous flash of fire, much larger than the rest of the ones that have been thrown off here so far, and for a moment you're blinded and you just see this like black shadow of a giant in front of you with bright light behind it, and then see Spot for a second there as the whole back half of it is on fire. Still moving though, doesn't seem to really notice. I mean, it definitely takes the damage, but it doesn't cry out in pain or anything else. Anything else you want to do with this?
Not right now.
The giant there's like, and as you hear it basically just saying again that same thing, intruders must die. And it just sort of like reaches down and tries to smash with its fists. And it both one attack on Athena. And as it does punch downward toward you, you can see its arm sort of stretching. like it's not quite, it doesn't have bones or anything else inside of it. Let's go ahead and Athena, 14 does not hit. And Esk, 13 does not hit. Wow, these guys are not rolling well.
Yeah, it's AC's 24 right now.
Yeah, then he rolled a 4 and a 5, so yeah, it's like
Well, yep. Sounds like my initiative roll.
yep, pretty much. And yeah, just they both impacts the ground next to you on either side of you. As it pulls its fist back, there's like dust and stuff coating the tar of its fist. Moving slowly, and let's see here. At this time, those of you kind of in the back there, we'll say Nameless, Lucas, and Amethyst, as you have the best view of this here, you will see some dark shape move up in the hills over there from that open crack as it moves out there. And it's still a ways off, quite a ways off. I mean, it's a good 300-400 feet away, roughly, as something takes to the sky and starts to fly up into the air.
Mm-hmm.
A loud bellowing cry echoes across the area there, almost as loud as the fireballs you were making. And we have, let me just see here. I have the right token for this. Where is he at there?
Lying inside.
Mhm.
Why is it not? Come on, I know I got this here. There we go. We'll just bring this up here as, yeah. We've got ourselves a big ol' black dragon has taken to the sky and is sort of flying up around there. At this point, just sort of like quite a ways up. I mean, it just takes and goes straight up about 120 feet into the air, about 300 feet away. So it's still a ways off. You definitely see it out there, just bellowing out, "Oh, death, come to my lair!" As it is now. Let me go ahead and roll that initiative. Put them on the initiative chart there. Oh, good. That's fine. The hounds come bounding in. They're now 60 feet away. So they're roughly, again, they are now in that 60-foot range as they're just moving in, tearing along. Still a ways back. Not in melee with you guys yet. They will reach melee with you next turn. Is the idea there. And they're sort of spreading out a little bit. Not quite clumping up because they're not totally dumb and seeing what's been happening. Spread them apart. And none of them else are on you yet. Yeah, we'll kind of just spread them out like so.
I'm assuming it can fly pretty quick. Like faster than the rock?
No.
No?
Not even close.
Okay.
Not that you would know this, but yes, the rock is definitely faster.
What if we just saw it approaching?
Faster than Lucas's mount?
Don't. Can't say. I don't know what everyone's speeds are here. I know what the rock speeds are. I don't know what everything else is.
I'm 90 for my Pegasus.
Okay. It is flying quickly. It is up in the sky there. It's sort of like banking around toward you guys. So roughly, it's just kind of up in the air there. And we'll just say, just for sake here, it was 350, 120 up there. So we'll just say it's 350 feet away to start with, as the arrow flies. Great. The hounds charge in. Athena, you have a giant there, flaming fist slamming on the ground next to you. And a dragon has taken to the sky. You kind of hear the bellowing voice there and kind of see from kind of left there, this thing like fly up into the sky there, big black shape.
This is why we waited to use the rock. I'm going to summon the rock out. That's an action, correct?
Tell me. You had the figure there. What does it say?
Inventory. Hold on, because it's not on my normal thing. Sorry, it's not an attack, so I don't have it on my.
Yeah, no, it'll say in the description, I believe. The item.
Yes, it's an
as an action.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So as an action, you bring out our friendly little rock.
And I can speak the command word, which for me is just going to be go gather everybody.
Okay. I mean,
he's pretty big.
About the same size as the dragon, yeah.
Oh, larger than I thought he was.
Rocks are huge. Dragons are real big.
Yep.
I think it's a little bit larger.
maybe. I don't know.
The rock is bigger. The dragon is bigger.
The rock's bigger.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, just in terms of wingspan, the dragon is like heftier. Like it's obviously much more. It's built for power, not for speed, as opposed to the giant like hawk-like thing.
That's an action to do that.
Yep.
And I'm going to use my action surge to then attack while the rock is picking up everybody, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically they have to kind of like be picked up, so I'm assuming they're like
He's got to fly to go get him, right? So like
you said it landed. It appeared next to you on the ground, and so you want them to gather them. So it's basically, is it initiative on your turn? Basically, we'll give it its own initiative. Well, initiative on your turn.
I believe so. Let me again double check, but yep, I believe it's on my turn. I'm trying to do. Telepathically communicates with me. It does not say. Not from the quick reading through.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I'll assume that's in your initiative then. So, as you summon it there, it appears. You told to gather everyone up there. It'll grab you and it'll grab nameless there.
Okay, it's gonna grab me. Cool.
Because you're right there.
Yep.
Gather everyone up there. Whoop.
Understood. Got it. Okay.
Okay,
rock picking me up.
I mean, it's not smart.
Nope. That's why I said stupid rock. Yeah.
I mean, it's animal intelligence. So basically, you just did what you said to do.
That's fine. We're flying around picking people up.
Okay.
I can still action surge and shoot with the light crossbow, right?
If you really want to, sure.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Just gonna let the rock do what it does.
The giant up there, you see the rock appear over there. Basically, is looking eye to eye with the giant. Maybe looking down a little bit there. In fact, and it just basically reached out and grabbed both Nameless and Athena in one in each talon. Initially, and is just sort of standing there for the moment. There, looking around. But you have a giant in front of you. What you ask?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm being distracted by fixing his little Lego here.
Gotcha.
Okay, sorry. Fixing Roland's Lego. All right. So I am seeing that we're running. I will bonus action Step of the Wind. As I seeing that we're leaving. I'm gonna snarl for a second as I'm raging, but jump into the air and with, gosh, I have like 200 feet of movement right now. So
you're on top of the rock then. Good.
Yeah, I'm literally on top of the rock. Yeah. As my
Step of the Wind, do they not get a tax opportunity? Or okay, don't at all. Okay, I'm gonna make sure.
Yeah. Yep.
Not so. All right.
Yep.
So it's sort of like, and you just away from it all of a sudden. Just, okay. You are up on top of the rock. We'll just put you. Whoops! Come on now. Where'd that go?
Everyone, look at this very cool sand.
There he is.
Lego running looking thing from the new anniversary set that I'm just fixed for him.
We'll just do that. We're gonna bring you to front, you to front, and you to front. There we go. All right, so all three of you are on the rock. All right. Esk, that was you. So, the dragon essentially just wheels up and sort of like turns and kind of comes back in your direction there. So it's kind of like moving toward you. You can see it's not going to reach you really quickly here. It's just kind of like banks and turn as it's flying toward you. It's still about, let's see, it's going to move about 200 feet away. Yeah, roughly 200 feet away. as it's trying. Come on now. Here we go. As it's flying toward you, essentially. Oh yeah. Yeah. Fine. That's it. Lucas. Rocks appearing there. The giants. The dragon's heading toward you. The giant's still there on the ground, sort of looking around.
So it's like running off. I'm gonna cast greater invisibility on myself.
Okay.
On my pace. So hypnotic pattern will drop for those
Okay.
two.
Sort of like shake themselves awake.
I'll start flying away. Pegasus.
Okay. We'll put that. Make sure you are on the flight on you. And you start flying away. Okay, so we have our flyers there. Are flying away from it. Okay, cool. All right, then. Nameless. Lucas disappears again. The giant is still there. You're being held by a big bird.
I would tell the big bird, learn to count on my street. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Fly away.
Dear
Not much
Lord
else I
in
can
heaven.
do with the big bird.
Okay. Want to cast anything or do anything else? Since you essentially you can like fling your bow and still have your hands free to cast spells.
I'm going to save my spell slots.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Amethyst. Dragon in the sky. Big bird over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and get on it.
Okay. All right. So I'll put you essentially. Hold on. Let me fix it.
Sorry.
Okay. Just gonna take you off flying here, and then put you on of the bird. So now you are up on top of it. You and Esker are on the top. Can I do it that way? Athena and Nameless are being held in the claws temporarily, and Lucas is flying on his own. All right, the giant, seeing this all happening, is going to grab a glob of flaming tar off the ground here that used to be one of the hounds and throw it. Actually, no, you can just step over and punch you guys. So you'll step over here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to punch the rock.
Go ahead, the pretty.
Because rock's easier to hit than you guys.
So far.
There we go. Oh yeah, here we go.
How many hit points does it have?
Huh?
The rock.
You don't know.
Oh,
No.
Hopefully a lot.
Yeah. Quite a bit, yeah. Right. But he's gonna punch into it there. Let's see if it is the hit. 19 will hit.
Mm-hmm.
Another fist. 13 does not. And then, however, it's sort of like, and those of you up on its back will see this fist impact with the feathers, just kind of the wings are there, and it just like sticks, and it's like stuck in there, and sort of like the tar sort of like expands out with impact there, and just kind of sticks into the feathers there. And then it's going to be actually no, I can't do that because yeah, I could. Essentially, it'll kind of pull it toward it there and just go. As you see this, like kind of like the head sort of open up, like the lower half of the face of this giant there just expands way beyond where it should, and will try to bite into the rock as well.
Ew.
12 does not hit. Too bad, doesn't have edge. Actually, it is considered grappled.
The bird is?
Sure is.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, because actually, rock has a higher strength, but should not be hard for that rock to break out of it.
Especially if I help it.
How?
Help pull out feathers? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. That's that. That's the giant. The hounds all swarm around on the ground and don't do anything because they can't. Because you're all off the ground now. Athena, you're up. Yeah, the giant is
So,
right there. Essentially, you can see the arm kind of like has hit into the space above here, and you're being held in the talon on one side there.
Mhm.
But you can kind of see the arm reaching back to the giant, who's about 15 feet away. It's 15-foot reach.
yep, I don't have that kind of reach. But I'm going to attempt to help the bird, like, however I can be able to break out of that. That is my whole action.
Okay, so you do the aid action.
Yep.
People never actually do in this game. So you give it advantage on its next check. All right. Okay, then Esk.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. The rock. It's the rock's turn on the same turn as Athena. So the rock is going to try to break out of this thing here. Basically making a strength check to see if it can break out of the giant's DC. 14.
Wow.
14.
Wow.
Wow. It does not break out. Holy crap.
Wow.
Roll double fives.
Disappointed in you, Jim.
Yeah.
I thought you just granted it advantage.
He
That's-
rolled double 14s, though.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit,
14
Okay.
double fives. Yeah. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's advantage. So yeah, it's essentially, you can see it kind of reaching back there. It's essentially, you try to go to pull feathers out and you can't pull feathers out of this thing. The feathers are almost as big as your arm. And you try to like pull the feathers out there, but it's too gummed up in this tar, and it's actually kind of worked itself in and around the feathers all the way down into the skin of the bird itself. And it's like slammed it in there, and the rock is trying to pull itself back there, and it can't quite do it. While hard down to the ground temporarily.
Still move, though? At least half speed? Walking?
I mean, it can't drag the giant with it. Is the
Okay.
problem?
That's what
like-
I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine.
the giant weighs quite a bit more than all of you. As it is it's a 20-foot tall glob of tar. So it sort of like scratches and drags at it, trying to pull itself away from it there, and it just can't quite. Again, it's also holding you guys in its claws, but it doesn't actually have. Actually, that's a good point. It's going to have to put one of you up on its back, so I'm going to have to put because it literally could not get off the ground with you guys. It only has 2 claws, so it's going to have to put you guys up on its back.
That's fine.
Because it literally can't move right now with you held in its claws without crushing you. All right, so Esk, you're up on its back there looking at the giant. You see the big old fist stuck to it.
So I'm going to run towards the fist.
Okay,
Yep.
across the
yelling
back of the
towards-
bird, sure.
Yep. And then ice.
Okay, hits. Okay,
Ooh, crit. 42.
nice. Excellent. Okay. So, alrighty.
I'm sorry, plus
Don't worry about it. You're all set.
10.
So eventually, you come forward and kind of, and this like spectral fist of cold, like pushes out toward you, slamming into the arm of the giant. There, the tar structure, the tar-like structure there, freezes and then snaps off. As the two are separated, all of a sudden, there's a moment where the tar giant is sort of like standing there, wobbling there, this jagged stump of its arm, as a moment there, as it slowly starts to fall over and just hit the ground there, just this lifeless tar-like giant-shaped lump on the ground as it goes down. freeing you guys. And, well, let's just see how this. What's the range of that?
He's got like 80 feet ish, if I remember correctly.
Yay. It comes barreling. Essentially, it seeing what you are where you are right now, it will move closer. It does not charge all the way in at you. It stops about 120, actually, 110 feet away from you. Kind of, and looking at all of you there, you can see at this point this massive black glittering scales, this dripping, like yellowish fluid kind of pouring out of its jaws. There, it looks over at you and you have invaded my home. I will enjoy consuming all of you. No one invades my territory. As it just like flapping its wings there, like glaring down at you. And with that, we're gonna go to break.
Really?
Of course we are.
Yep, our time.
All right.
my
And we're back. So we are at top of the order here. Lucas, you are invisible on your Pegasus, kind of seeing what's happening here. The rocket, everyone is aboard, is climbed up under the back of the rock, and the dragon is sort of like is moving toward them. It's kind of banking around, coming towards them at this point. There, roughly 110 feet between them at this point. The hounds are all sort of running that direction as well. You kind of see them all on the ground there, kind of moving toward that direction there, kind of converging. But the rock is still on the ground, has not launched itself into the air yet. That's what you see at the moment here. You're roughly, probably, based on your angle, little Pythagorean here, around there, about 150 feet away or so from the dragon. Roughly.
I assume we're running off. That's why we got on. That's why the rock was out and everyone jumped on. So I'll move away.
Okay, so you start heading away. Okay, cool. All right. In that case, we have nameless there. You have you are on the back of this rock, looking at this dragon, like facing you. You want to do spell wise or anything else from the back here?
Hello, dragon. Goodbye, dragon. See you soon.
Okay. Amethyst.
Yep.
Just waiting for the rock. Okay.
I mean, I don't feel like there's anything I can really do now. We were meant to come over and close the rift, and instead we're just leaving. So, I mean, I'm not going to stay behind. So, just go with everybody else.
Okay. Okay, so then the hounds, you guys can cast spells, you can do things to help the rock, you can do all kinds of things to help each other, but that's up to you. The hounds all start charging toward you. Essentially, they're not going to reach the rock, but they are going to be kind of moving in, clustering up there, in kind of like all rushing in toward where the rock is. But they will not reach. They will not reach it, as they are not super fast. Athena, you and the rock, you gonna command it to take off?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's a bonus action.
Okay. What do we want to do with an action?
This thundering longbow I have.
Mm-hmm.
I want to use it.
Okay.
Are you going to fire at the dragon?
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
Thank God.
That dumb. Yeah, no, I'm not going to fire at them. I want to fire at the little dudes that are running around, the little people. The wolf things. You know what I'm talking
Hounds,
about.
yes.
Hounds, thank you. Thank you. Words not working for Diana today.
Okay. You put some arrows into it.
Yep.
You don't need to roll it there. A couple arrows go into one of them there. I don't think you can roll enough to drop them in 2 shots or 3 shots. But,
3 shots. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably would. Go ahead.
Thundering longbow. So just keep an earball out for that.
Sure. Yeah. So some more like cracks of thunder. We'll say 3 arrows into 1. Not too hard. You'll drop one of these guys over here.
Nice. Lots of thundering damage. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and so there's this cracks of thunder that from each impact kind of echoes out through across the area here, and then the rock is up and takes flight. You wanted to head south away?
Yes, south, but toward the water.
Go southeast. Okay.
Yes.
Towards where Lucas is?
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, I don't know where he went.
Yeah, Lucas is greater invisible right now, so we can't
invisible.
see.
Oh, you're invisible, right?
Yeah, I don't know where Lucas went.
I can see him. He's there.
Boop. There you go. Yeah,
I'm glad you could see him.
Yep. All right, so the group of you all go flying off this direction here, and let's see. So yeah, essentially the rock takes its action, and reaction, or action and so move, and its action to fly, covering 240 feet. The dragon has a flight speed of 80. So effectively, and Lucas being invisible and having a speed of 90 will be able to outpace the dragon. There's a bit of a chase, a bit of a time there as this thing's kind of flying toward you and seeing the target it can see, edging away from it there on this giant bird. It will eventually sort of like give just a roar of just like frustration and challenge and just and just sort of bank off and head back.
So, Jim, so you're aware, I don't want it to go too far south. I want it to kind of stay just out of reach of the dragon, but be able to go back later on to close that rift.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have the rock out now, so it can go back wherever you want. So, you kind of arc around there, and eventually, as you see the dragon peel off and fly back, as it realizes it's not going to be able to catch you, based on your speed, your relative speeds, you will escape the clutches of the dragon as it banks off and heads back to its lair, which you now know where that is.
Ask is going to shout out. So, in unpleasant opinion, we could just go back. I've always wanted to fight a dragon. I think it would be really fun. Just throwing this out there.
Listen, I'm all for fighting dragons, but we gotta fight them smartly. With the giant and all of those things there, they were gross. We can't take on all of those and a dragon at the same time.
Well, giant's dead.
Well, it is now, but like we still hadn't taken care of the pack of beasts.
Hey, just saying there were like maybe 6 more of them. We could have just
They just kept coming though, seriously, dude. They just kept coming.
Like, I don't know. I think that we could have done it. It would have been very fun.
Yeah, we can definitely still go back though, because we got to close that portal.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I just want to get rid of those. You can see where all right. All right. So the rock you kind of bank around there. Eventually, you see the sky behind you is clear. It is still like late afternoon at this point. Took you, but like I said, it's probably you can't tell where the sun is exactly, but you definitely know it's been a little while.
I know because my tummy's rumbling. It's saying it's time for food.
Yes, so you can stop off and have a bit to eat. Figure out what you want to do next.
Mm-hmm. All right. While we're cooking and eating, what do we want to do, guys? If you're talking, Bernie, we can't hear you.
I'm not saying anything.
Well, somebody needs to say something. So what are you guys doing?
We go back and we close the rift. We close it. We go to the plane. We click.
Awesome. Let's do that.
We could have stayed and done that.
That's what I'm. Yeah, let's go back, close that rift. Maybe we fight that dragon. I'm just throwing this out there.
I want to point out the fact that your people worship dragons.
Oh, I know. It would be fun.
So the idea of killing one is like the absolute opposite of what you would ever do. This whole bloodthirsty kill a dragon thing is not something that your people would ever
saying
consider.
Kill a dragon. I'm saying we fight it, maybe drive it off. It would be an adventure. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Let's go back and close the rift. Is that what that black dot is, Jim?
That's where the pool is, yeah.
Okay. Let's go back and close it.
Well, maybe Lucas and I can just go and try and do it invisibly and try and be a bit more sort of stealthy, and I don't know. I just feel like we're just going to rush in and end up fighting a dragon, and it'll be on high alert right now waiting for us to come back. So I don't know if it's... I don't know. I mean, there's no point in me even saying anything, I don't think.
If you guys want to go in stealthily and do it, go for it. Go invisible. We can't go invisible.
Why don't we kill it on the way back? Or close it on the way back, sorry.
Okay.
Because we're going to have to go down to the Yorlock and then we're going to have to come back to the teleportation circle, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to Yorlock then?
That was the original plan.
All right, then.
Okay.
We're headed there.
Okay, so the rock is still out there. You guys can kind of get the rest of your travel in.
I'll
probably get-
I'll dismiss the Pegasus then and ride the rock with everyone else.
Okay. All right,
quick.
cool. Alrighty. In case, yeah, we'll kind of bring you back over here. Bring you to the front. There you go. Turn off.
How is your Pegasus doing?
Well, once I dismiss him and bring him back, I'll be on full health.
Oh, never mind then.
It didn't take a big hit. It wasn't that big of a. Okay, so the rock is flying. You guys will likely then by the time daylight comes daylight disappears on you, you will be approximately here. So kind of getting a little there. You can keep going if you wish. The rock doesn't seem to mind flying. Although
Okay.
it is dark and you can't see below you at all.
Can it see, though?
Rock does not have dark vision at all, so no, it cannot. It is just kind of flying blind, but it doesn't really care because it's a summoned creature and you're telling it what to do. So, effectively, it's just flying.
Who has dark vision that can see where we're going right now?
I've got 120 vision.
Okay.
I would like to point out that the rock's speed is your dark vision range. So by the time you like,
Oh, dang.
you can see to where the rock is getting to each time. Like you can see 120 feet. Yeah. So yeah, not much time to react to things if there's something in the air.
Maybe the rock got a slower speed.
No.
You can you can get it to slow down. It can move less than its normal speed. I mean, technically, it's moving 240 feet around unless you tell it otherwise. Because it's moving and dashing each turn until you tell it what to do.
Why don't we slow it down to just movement, no dash?
Okay.
That way Amethyst can use her eyesight to help me steer the rock on which way we need to go. Oh, I
Okay.
didn't have any issues summoning it out, did I?
No.
Nope. So it didn't do what Lucas's Pegasus thing did?
Nope. And your horses haven't either.
It's so weird.
Maybe items are different than innate abilities. I don't know.
Or okay.
It seems that casting magic has a bit different than items that just make magic happen.
Mm,
The idea of manipulating magic in some way to manifest an effect is different than a pre-programmed sort of like this thing does this. Seems to be a
Okay.
difference in how you manipulate things.
so we're gonna fly through the night? Is that
Okay.
yeah. Flying through the night.
Okay. So give me first off, give me perception checks, everyone, especially Amethyst, since you're the one kind of acting as everyone's eyes. See. Excellent. Okay. Jessica, you're just sort of like the wind whipping in your eyes there, and being the smallest person on the back of this thing here, you're kind of like seeing people's backs for the most part, and yeah, same with you there, nameless there as you're kind of like looking, you kind of like kind of hunched down, holding on, and not really like. I mean, you've never. I'll put it this way: up until right now, you've never flown before. Like flying is never a thing that you've done, and so with the wind in your eyes and flipping past you here, it's definitely a new experience, and in the dark, no less. So it's kind of a terrifying situation, but you've been in worse. It's just a new terrifying.
I would like to think at least a couple of people are watching behind us to make sure there's nothing following us.
It would be a good idea.
I know. By the
Yeah.
time I see the ground at 60 feet away from me, it'll be too late anyway.
I was going to say, well, these two are blind, so maybe it'd be better if somebody else was looking.
So effectively, you guys will get to about here, right about here at where I'm going to ping right now. About here when, as you're not going full speed, Amethyst. At some point, you will kind of see the kind of the cliffs and the ocean out there. A little bit of the glint of moonlight off of the ocean. Kind of seeing it out there to kind of reorient yourself as you kind of nudge the rock or help steer the rock back along the coastline as it doesn't fly straight out over the ocean. Again, keeping it speed there. As I said, you're right about here or so when suddenly the daylight pops up. At this point, those of you like between holding on and the air and the wind and the cold, as it doesn't get pretty cold at night, especially flying along here. You were all feeling the effects of exhaustion starting to set in. It's been pretty much a strenuous, like last 10 hours or so between the fight and then flying and holding on and effectively, if you don't land, you're going to start taking points of exhaustion.
We're going to be landing.
We definitely need to, yeah.
Okay, so we'll put you right about then there. Yeah. Okay. So basically right about there. You find yourselves the Rocklands just kind of like shuffles around, doesn't do much of anything. Got a question there. Amos, what is your armor made of?
Black goo.
Okay.
I'll double check, but I'm quite sure I got the definition correct.
Yeah.
Just go.
Black goo.
Give me Arcana checks. If you're trained. I mean, it reminds Amethyst. It reminds you a little bit of the Mythium armor that Eldon made, but the different substance of obviously. Lucas, there's something definitely fiendish about that.
Fiendish armor.
Yeah, with a 23, yeah, and Amethyst kind of pointing the things here. Basically, it seems to be some sort of a fiendish coating of some kind, some sort of amorphous covering. And you'll notice that as you kind of look closer, there's actually kind of ridges and stuff. It's not perfectly like smooth black. There's some like ridges, and it almost like forms. Looking at it closer, there you can see it does sort of form plates. It's just that since it's all flat black, there's no way to tell. There's no seams or anything else, but it has sort of like lines indicating like almost looking like armor. But there's little like patterns and stuff within the black plates that form, and you realize that yes, it does. The symbols are very similar. Because you speak Abyssal, right?
Yes.
It doesn't form words; they're just sort of abyssal symbols. Effectively protection and things of that nature there. and it's just sort of like they don't really spell out words. It's more just like abyssal symbols.
Where did you get it
Hey,
from?
hey, why is everybody staring at me today?
Where did you get the armor from?
I got it from a bucket. A little small bucket.
From a bucket?
Don't knock it till you try it on.
Huh?
I got it from a bucket.
You got it from a bucket.
Where?
I reach
Where
in his
bucket?
backpack. He pulls out this little bucket with a cover.
Yeah.
Goes, it's a bucket.
Where did you get the bucket from?
KFC.
Somewhere on this continent.
Okay.
It
That
could have
narrows it
been
down.
south, west, ish.
Mhm.
Who gave you the bucket?
Own bucket.
You found the
Found
bucket.
The bucket.
Yeah.
With the armor in. And you put it on.
Are there your Jim? Are there hair races in your game?
Probably not in this
Okay.
not in this region.
So I can't say I killed the rabbit and the rabbit could get the bucket because that would have been
No.
great.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so one
Thank you.
moment here.
So I found the bucket. Bunch of dead goblins, maybe. Dead orcs. Dead devils.
Can I insight check what he's saying?
Sure.
Roll higher than a 30.
I know, right?
30? Good lord.
I
I'll do
mean,
29.
good lord. Okay then. I think one moment, please, while I pull something up. I want to see what your
Ah! I win.
good God, you guys. Okay, he's definitely leaving something out. We'll just say that much, like details. Which I mean, like what he's saying there. He says there were dead things around. You're fairly certain he wasn't lying about that. He's like nothing he's saying is false. He's just not telling you the whole story,
Mhm.
and you don't know if because he really can't remember it all, or if he just is kind of keeping it to himself. Hard to say the motivation why he's not telling you the whole story, but there's definitely details that aren't adding up. Or
Mhm.
details that are missing, I should say. What he's
Uh,
saying is
so-
true.
Out of curiosity, what is the god that you revere?
Name? Name. 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 I'll fall down on 1D and start crying.
He doesn't do names. Ask. There, little friend.
Devils, demons, demons, devils. The dead walk here, the dead walk here.
Starting to creep me out a little bit, y'all.
You think?
So
Right.
I sent you a couple things there down in case you wanted to
Are we
play around
gonna
with those at all.
set up for first watch?
It is
Yeah.
daytime at this point, so you want to pull out the tower? You want to just camp under the daylight?
Maybe we camp stealthily, so not bringing out the big tower, or do the big tower.
Doesn't matter. There's no stealthily here. We're out in the middle of nowhere's
Well,
land.
Well, I will say on the coastline, you will see there are some rocks and stuff. I mean, there are some crevices you can kind of move into along the coast there. You
So-
could find some places to kind of be out of view somewhat.
Yeah.
You guys are good enough at survival. You could find some place that's at least somewhat sheltered, that is not going to be obvious from view, from most angles
like,
there.
some like small sea cave type deals, like in the cliffs here, type of thing.
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, you'll be able to kind of you'll find a little crevice there and move down into this crevice there and find the kind of an opening in the side. It's not a full on cave, but it's a crack large enough for you guys to kind of move your way into and kind of secure yourselves. It's a little cramped, but you guys can definitely move in there, and as long as you kind of take shifts, you should be able to get everyone inside to sleep a bit and or relax and refresh yourselves to a degree as much as you can.
Mhm.
Okay. So your watches, I need to know who's taking last watch.
Tina.
Okay. So the one thing about this is that you just hear the crashing of waves against the cliffs, against the rocks below you. You can just sort of hear this gentle. Well, it sounds from here. It sounds gentle here, but it's just rushed and just the water lapping against there. Very rhythmic, very soothing, and you actually get to are able to sleep fairly well. Those of you resting and everything. Your watches pass as you sort of move to the cave, the crag opening, kind of staring out at the ocean, watching it out there. It's just sort of this. It's very choppy, very rough seas out there, as it always has when you've seen it out there. The waves crashing and lots of white caps, and occasionally you'll see um, something kind of brush the surface. Maybe a spout of something like a little whale spout somewhere out there. But you're able to kind of you don't see hear anything threatening at least. Over the course of the day, you kind of each have a little bit of a meal while you're doing your watches and taking your resting time. Um, and as the last watch, effectively about halfway through the watch here, the sun goes down, Tina.
Hmm.
And as you're kind of like thinking it's about time to start waking everybody up there, you hear a sound above the waves. Over the sound of the waves there, you hear a very beautiful sound. Singing. A voice just soft. And at first you sort of like can barely hear it there. Is it a trick? Is it some sort of bird? Is it some sort of and then it's a little bit louder to the point where you can definitely hear it. There's no words, there's just notes, a melody that kind of goes along, a very haunting, sort of a sad melody. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
21?
Excellent. Um, you definitely hear the sound there, and you catch yourself as you sort of stand, as you get moved to stand and kind of leaning out toward the sound, and then you kind of look down and realize you're about to kind of step off the edge. Yeah, 200 feet down to rocks below and the waves down below there. Um,
Oh, but Jesus.
and you kind of step back a little bit and uh give me perception checks, everyone. Those of you who are still sleeping other than Athena, give me with disadvantage.
Literally a natural 1 and a natural 20.
Amazing.
Rolls.
Okay, let's see here. Amethyst 15, excellent. I just need last one. Okay, Esk, you are just out. You're just like you kind of
I'm
doing that
sleeping.
power nap kind of thing, like just you're out.
We revere the metallic dragons, but it's so cool to see a black dragon. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm like having sweet dreams about seeing the rage of the dragon and just how fun that was, and I'm having sweet dreams.
How close did I get to falling in?
You were kind of at the edge, kind of looking out.
Okay.
What is it you nearly fell into?
The
Well,
water.
don't know.
Yeah.
So in that case, I need okay. So Athena, you don't. There's you can kind of see the waves down below you there very clearly, even though it's gotten dark. You
Mhm.
still see the waves, the kind of the white caps of the waves kind of crashing, and you hear the sounds there, and you hear that melody still. Amethyst and Lucas, you kind of like something's kind of tugging at your how you can kind of tugging at just the edges of your perception there, and you kind of wake up a little bit to hear this soft singing. You look up to see Athena standing at the edge of the crag there, kind of looking out over the water. Um, and then you're not sure if the singing is coming from her, but no, maybe it doesn't sound right. And you see her kind of leaning out, not like 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 she's she's standing there still, kind of looking out over the waves. Esk and Nameless, you're still sleeping currently.
I'll call out to Athena. What can you see?
It's not a see so much as a hear. I hear something.
As you sort of at that, you're kind of prompted there and kind of hear a little more of the melody. I need you both to give me wisdom saving throws.
Of course. Still not too bad.
Excellent. Damn, that you are on fire today.
I know, it's what's going on.
Yeah. Lucas, do you have any bonuses, benefits against charm specifically? I know you're a half elf, so you might have advantage.
I have advantage on charm.
Yeah, you're fine. I
Didn't
figured.
even roll it.
I was going to check to make sure, but isn't the charm?
Oh yeah,
back
I've got
there?
advantage. Yeah.
You go ahead and roll it again, then. Let's see what you get.
Not 20.
Even worse.
Or not.
Okay. All right. So, Lucas, I mean, you stand kind of and you kind of listen to her. The music is beautiful. I mean, the melody is something it's a melody you've never heard, like a specific song. It just sort of like ebbs and flows and kind of majors and minor keys. And it's just like you kind of find yourself, like at, Athena and Anthemus, you're kind of sitting there listening. And before you realize what's happening, Lucas stood up and he walks to the edge there. Athena, you're kind of listening there when you feel Lucas bump into you. And he starts to like he doesn't push you, but he just sort of like kind of step like he's stepping past you almost.
I'm gonna grab him if I can.
He's not going to resist, so I'm assuming go ahead and just make me a attack roll, grapple check basically.
And this is not a strength. Okay, just a regular attack.
I mean, you grapple with strength there, so basically call it an athletics check.
Athletics.
Yeah.
You guys wanted to travel by sea.
That's not good. That's a 10.
Okay. Essentially, so Lucas, go ahead and let's see. Go ahead and give me so I'll put this here. You kind of move out to the edge there, and you look down, and you see something in the water. There's a figure standing on a rock, maybe about maybe 20 or so feet from the shoreline there. The waves crashing around. There's a rock there, and it has a big like rock outcropping, and she's standing there in a white dress, and you can see kind of luminous in the moonlight, sort of glowing slightly, and you can almost see her like beckoning toward you.
Ready to dip in the onion soup?
Go ahead and give me another wisdom saving throw.
Can I cast calm emotions on Lucas?
He's not riled up here. Does calm emotions break any kind of a charm effect?
Yeah.
What does it do?
Da, 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 da.
Frightened and
So you're
charmed.
good. So, okay. So, Lucas, you sort of see that, and you kind of blink for a moment and go, "Wait a minute, moonlight." as you kind of see this figure, this glowing, sort of slowly moving figure, they're kind of beckoning towards you as you kind of blink and look again, and you notice something, a dark shape in the water beneath her. And with a natural 20 in the wisdom saving throw, you can also, there's a bit of a tether from, like, as you kind of stand there looking down there, it's sort of a dark, like, tendril that reaches down to the dark shape in the water below her.
Okay.
The scale is, you're looking at something probably 30 feet long in the water. And it's not so much that she's standing on a rock. She's standing on the front end of this shape. As the shape slowly kind of like moves back and forth a little bit.
Wow.
With a natural 20 and the wisdom saving throw, you kind of like blink and like realize that you were about and you realize, you look down, you see your foot is like hovering in midair, like you were about to step off, and you kind of take a step back and look down again. The melody is still there, but it's not having the effect it was, as you've now broken the charm.
That's not very.
What is that?
No one's here a coastal person, so I don't think anyone you would know exactly.
But it looks like she's luring people, and then they're just gonna get.
It's basically like an anglerfish, but
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, just bait.
and now at the end, kind of looking down where Luke is looking there, you see sort of this. What you'll see though, however, is it sort of like almost like a dangling bundle of rags, some sort of like flat. It looks kind of like dirty kelp and something like that. It's kind of like flopping in the like moving in the air slightly. And you kind of look back at Lucas, look down at it, and that's what you see down there. You made your save. Emma's made her save. The other two are asleep.
That's
After
not good. Maybe? Is
after
it
a
possible?
minute or so, you'll see it sort of like pick up and go back into the water. Just kind of like just pick up, almost lift up into the air and drop back as this dark shape sort of backs up and wheels off and goes out there. You will, looking down there, you will definitely note there's about 3 or 4 more of those shapes in the water, roughly 20 to 30 feet long, kind of like moving around, and then eventually going out into deeper and away from the shore,
Mm-hmm.
as it seems to have not been able to catch any prey this evening.
That was scary.
Yeah. Can I still speak with Elia?
It's very faint and staticky.
Okay.
You can't. It's not. It's not. It's not like you're missing every other word. It just sounds kind of distant and a little bit staticky, but you can still make out the words and everything.
Okay.
So yes, you can. So the connection is probably the weakest it's ever been since you've established the connection.
Getting weaker the further south we go? Or do you think the longer we're here?
Just while we're here, this is the weakest it's ever been.
Yeah.
We should keep away from the shore next time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
Athena, did you just miss the rock when you guys went to sleep?
Yep.
Okay, good. So it is away for a time. Put the rock away.
When we decided to land for the night, I had put him away.
Gotcha. Excellent. All right.
And I am going to spend another die to make sure that we can bring him out when we need to, if we need to.
Okay. So effectively, yeah. You'll have to travel by horse tomorrow and then rock
Mhm.
the day after. So
Right.
all right. So it is evening. It is nighttime. You guys have managed to get your long rest there. So go ahead and get your long rest buttons and make sure you're all refreshed and stuff. But it is nighttime now. Yeah, and yeah, what tipped you off, Lucas, the fact that she was glowing in the moonlight, but there is no moonlight.
Yeah.
Little jarring image in your mind. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, you did say that, didn't you? And moonlight.
Yeah. All right. So what would you like to do?
Are we going to travel during the night or what?
I think it's the safest.
Safe,
But-
safe.
Dear. Okay.
I don't think there's just different things come out at night.
Yeah.
This is
Just
true.
beware of the vampires and the witches.
What?
Exactly.
Vampires and the witches.
The vampires.
I know they're spooky in the night.
Vampires come out at night.
Well,
Undead come out at night. Undead that don't like daylight come out at nighttime.
wraith, rats, specters, and spooks.
Okay, then maybe we're staying indoors.
Indoors.
I mean, I was hoping we put up the tower now at this point because spooky stuff.
But we didn't put the tower up so we didn't draw attention. Now you want the tower up, you might as well put the tower up anyway.
I don't care. I really don't. Travel during
we
the
go
day,
walk
travel at
in
the
the
night.
night.
I don't care. Let's make our way to Yorlock as quickly as possible.
My lock.
Yeah, Yorlock.
Maybe the Loch Ness monster.
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Loch Ness monster.
Maybe when we get there, we find the gate is locked and we can't go in.
Maybe, but in the meantime, let's head over there.
Okay. So mount. Go ahead.
Traveling at night then, are we?
Yep. Guess so.
Yep.
Okay. Well, in
Traveling
that
at
case,
I mean, Lucas, do you have a reason we shouldn't?
No, I'm just asking.
Okay.
I will obviously I'll inspire everyone again.
okay. Pick up your 22 hit points again.
Summon my Pegasus again. Or not,
Okay.
maybe.
Give me that charisma check. That spellcasting check. Oof. It's a little harder. It's sort of, you kind of like you almost had to force it. And at first, like this, definitely you kind of see some sort of a there's this wave of like as like there's just you see for a moment an absolutely like black equine shape there. That's not your Pegasus until you kind of step back, calm yourself, and it's like 10-minute casting times. You kind of seeing this thing here, and this darker shape is starting to form, and then you kind of nope, and then the typical Pegasus does finally appear. It's a bit of a fight. However, you do sense as this appears, it is not celestial. It's a white coat, but the eyes are sort of a kind of a gleaming. They're kind of gleaming black color, as opposed to kind of the silvery color they normally are. And there's just a little bit of a hint of flame in the eyes. Still a Pegasus. It still acts normal, but normally some of this is a celestial, and it's not. It is definitely a fiend.
Yeah.
Nobody here has any ways to sense that, but I would say the cleric has a bit more notice there, as you notice that Lucas, when he brought his Pegasus out yesterday, was definitely a celestial being, very shiny white and everything else, and this time it's not so celestial. So, okay, so in that case, yes, your Pegasus is out. It doesn't seem to act any differently toward you specifically, but definitely doesn't quite feel right. However, the rest of you mount up. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And then we get to go.
Yeah.
Yippee-ki-yay!
Okay, well, in that case, you kind of moving along here. You're making decent time trying to keep a bit further away from the cliff side as you go. Trying to make sure you kind of keep an eye on the skies, although it is dark up there, so you can't really see much of anything. You do see again through the very muted image of the sky, the stars, everything else. They're there. But there's not as bright as you would be expecting in a clear night like this in an open space. Um, yeah, I mean, it was a little bit slower, so you're not making it quite the time you normally would, because it's nighttime and you just can't go galloping off at full speed. However, uh, roughly, probably it's at least hours after you begin traveling, you will see a dull glow to the southwest. Um, Kind of faint at first, but then you definitely see what appears to be like firelight, like maybe some sort of like bonfire or lights or something else. Kind of off a few miles in like southwest of you, kind of off in oops, this direction over here. Kind of move you guys out of the way here. Don't need your tokens on the map for the moment. I will put one of Lucas says you are the one who's sort of flying and keeping tabs. I think we'll kind of use you as the marker of where you're at. Okay, so yeah, roughly from where you are, somewhere this direction. It's a very dull glow. Maybe it's like bonfire or a whole lot of torches or candle or just some kind of lights off in that direction.
Do you want to investigate or just carry on? Let's fly down to the rest of them and tell them what I've seen.
Yep. And point in the direction
Bonfires
there.
of fire.
Yeah.
Like a
Pointing off
bonfire.
We could go take a look. Last time we took a look, it was a fight, but maybe this time we can help. Yeah.
Anyone
Yeah.
have marshmallows? It's been a long time since I've had a marshmallow as a little child.
Don't think we've got any marshmallows.
Don't remember being a child. A strange memories of squishy, sweet treats.
Only the good childhood memories will ever stay.
But you remember being a child?
Marshmallows as a child.
Child marshmallows? Okay.
You're confusing me now. Stop. Wait. Don't. Stop. Don't stop.
We could maybe, if you think you want to look, then we could maybe just try and be quiet and have a little bit of a nosy.
Yeah, maybe the fire making us dinner.
Well, you guys will sort of head off the direction there. It takes some time, and you're moving slowly, not kind of like galloping away, because you can move up a little bit higher. But again, kind of keeping tabs. Definitely, as you get there, there's definitely it's not. You can see start to make out on the distance as you come in there, a large glow and some smaller glows. Like potentially a bonfire and then some like torches and stuff that lit up around there. Give me perception checks to see what kind of details you pick up as you get closer.
This? You want all of us?
If you've
Yes.
gone on your own.
I'd assume because it's sort of like either a little bit higher elevation or.
I am determined to get natural ones today.
Yes, you are having a hard time today. Okay.
Because I'm getting all your 20s.
Right.
Esk, I would just say that you're kind of like glancing off, like you're kind of staring off into the space there, and something about sleeping near the ocean just didn't do much for you. You're kind of like nodding off a little bit in your saddle, but you kind of are able to but you're having a hard time like getting seeing much other than the glow of the light ahead there. It's kind of messing with your dark vision. Can you see it there? Athena, you see a little bit more detail. Amethyst, you too. You can kind of see what appears to be maybe a wall of some kind, like sort of like there's like stacked stones or some sort of like it's hard to say exactly what you're seeing there, but there's any sort of a wall and a glow beyond that. Um, uh, then yeah, nameless. You will definitely see there is some sort of almost like a spiked wall. There's literally like there's a wall formed there, and there's stones and what look to be jagged spikes of some kind up top there. But there's a bit of a strange curve to them, and it looks kind of pale in color. Lucas, from a little bit above, kind of making your way there, trying to kind of staying kind of aerial view. You will see, yes, there was a large bonfire there. Not sure what's being burned, but there's definitely some sort of a bonfire of some kind. And then lots of like huts or something ringed around it there inside of a wall. And and there's a few torches laid out in various places there. It is the middle of the night. With the 26th, you can see that there are like figures like walking around inside the walls there, like around the fire essentially. And with that, I will also say, the curved like spiked looking things there look kind of like curved bone.
Thought so, yeah.
And there's definitely like stacked stones up as well. This appears to be a fairly solid structure. It's not a ramshackle thing. It's definitely built. And it's right about, just to put it on the map here so we can see it. Right around. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want a circle. Right around there. Yep. Oh, darn. Why did it go away? Okay. Yeah, roughly there.
I'll come down and tell everyone it's like a walled village of some sort with bone spikes on the top of the wall.
Fairly sizable bones. Not sure what kind of animals those are, but they definitely are like bones.
What sort of size? Are they like big rib cages or something?
Maybe.
Big animal size.
Mhm.
Horse size, maybe, or bigger. I think
Bigger.
bigger. Okay.
Mhm.
So, so you see kind of there. So what would you do? Nameless. The few things you've seen or come across on the edges of the wastelands, there are people that wear a lot of that wear bone. Like they'll stitch bones into their clothing, kind of like armor, or like kind of
Armor.
bone like protrusion helms and stuff like that. They tend to be very like savage and warlike.
Bone shields,
I
bone
mean,
clubs.
not everything bone, but they do have like bone like kind of like put into their armor and stuff.
When you say savage and warlike, does that mean they're not going to be friendly? They're going to want to fight us?
You never had a good experience with them.
Perhaps we just avoid them. What does everybody think?
Probably best avoid them.
Yeah, we should avoid it if we
Never
don't have to
mind.
fight them.
We'll just turn around. Yeah, never mind.
Um, Nameless. One thing you'll remember, one of the encounters you did have where you couldn't really get away from them enough, and you had to do some fighting and or running. Among them was a priest of some kind, um, uh, and a symbol. Give me a religion check. I don't know if you have, if you would know the symbol or not that they wore.
14.
14. Um, I'll describe it here to you at least. Where is the symbol? Darn it. Come on. Why is the symbol not here?
You can run from them, but the faster ones will catch up to you. I'm just a dwarf.
Um, effectively, you you the guy you saw like using magic uh had a what appeared to be some sort of a skull like face um on sort of kind of on the chest plate of his the chest piece of his armor. You don't know if it was basically just an actual skull there. It was just kind of monstrous looking, jagged teeth um, in the face there, and carry and the guy carried a wicked looking like mace. It was just like a bunch of jagged spikes all around it. Just massive looking thing. But that's kind of what you saw there. You don't know the name of it, but definitely there was only a spellcaster among them with that like sort of looking uh, like chess piece there in the center. So, yeah, that's what you see. If you guys want to back away, uh, you're still a ways off. You can't really see or hear. You can't really hear or hear things there. There's not a lot of noise coming from there or anything else. It is the middle of the night. Because he's only got a couple of people wandering around in the firelight from your ankle.
If we're going to attack them, I say go after the guy with the chest piece of skull. He's the magic user in the family.
Chest piece of skull? What do you mean?
So he's got the skull. These people love to wear bone ornaments. His armor is the one with the skull. He's the one that does magical spells.
So it was all kind of a flattened thing on the chest piece there that you remember seeing. You don't really recognize the symbol of what it is. Lucas, give me a religion check.
See that one over there, Lucas? Right there on
You
his
can't see.
chest. It's etched
You
in
can't
there
see
or
him from
something.
here.
He's
There's
the
no people.
one.
There's no people to look at. You're still a ways away from this thing there. Yeah. In terms of like something that sounds savage, that has sort of a bestial looking skull type of thing, and how he describes it there, uh, could be Arithmal.
Definitely not a good god.
No,
No.
definitely not. Yeah. Yes. Kind of known as the god of hate, envy, malice, panic, ugliness, and slaughter, all the terrible things you would assume, not with war so much as just killing.
As Esk was turning around to walk away, he'll turn back around. So maybe, removing them might not be such a bad idea.
Maybe that's just the cultists we heard about.
I mean, looks to be a somewhat savage looking place. They are there. You don't sense anything in terms of like powerful magics or anything else in this place or anything. It's just a walled village, maybe.
We'll probably find there's loads of them around.
Should we just block the gates and set the whole town on fire?
I think it's
Maybe
mainly
not.
stone.
There maybe a dozen like yurt style tents inside the walls.
Fireball. I don't care how big the room is. I say cast fireball.
What is that from?
Well, the last
skit
time
on the internet.
fireball, we summoned a dragon, so maybe not do fireball. Maybe something else a little less loud.
Ice ball?
If it's quiet, no, I haven't seen you do ice ball before.
I can change the element of my spells. I can make a fireball, but I don't know, electricity or, ice or.
Oh, nice.
So it's a village. So we're dropping a fireball in the middle of a village that's probably got women children in there.
No.
Are there children?
It's a village, so probably.
They've probably eaten the children. Let's.
I could go take a look, see if I can see anything. I'll move quietly.
What do you want to do? You want to go in and look and go and potentially fight a village full of people, or do you want to just carry on? What do you want to do? Let's make a plan.
I think we should just carry on, but I'm not going to stop. Ask if he wants to go look.
I think we should just carry on. You'll probably find there's quite a few villages around if we look for them.
It's not a whole village, right? It's like a surrounded camp. It's like 12 tents in a camp.
It's got stone wall though.
Surrounded by a bone and stone wall.
Yeah, so like that's a permanent residence for somebody.
Yeah, effectively, a dozen or so large like yurt style tents and everything else inside, permanent wall structure around the outside there. You realize that there's not a lot of lumber in this area. There are no trees in this region, so finding material to build like wooden structures is not very likely. But
how about I sneak, just take a look, see if it is, I just want to see.
Okay. All right, Eska, you kind of take off there, leave everybody behind for the moment there, and go ahead and give me a stealth check as you move up to the wall. As you get there, it's very rough,
I'm going to use advantage.
Wow. Okay. Another natural one. Wow. Okay. So, yeah, you sort of like you realize you're kind of like heading there, and you're just sort of like stepping on stuff. You kind of pause for a moment, like look at the ground there, take a moment, and then and just kind of skirt around, like the crunchy like underbrush that happens to be around the area there, and kind of pick your path among them, moving quietly. You move to the stone wall there, and you see, yes, there's definitely a stone wall about It's not perfectly even, and it's not really well built. It's just like stacked stones. They're all kind of supported and kind of set into place there. Um, some sort of rough mortar, like a mud type mortar, kind of holding it together. So it's very rough and easy to grab handholds there. And at the top, there are these curved like spikes that you realize are bone from some large creature. Probably rib bones, or some of them are kind of a little more straight, so they're kind of pointing out maybe sharpened thigh bones, or arm bones or something like that, just kind of just sticking out. And they all kind of like point either curve away or point out at the top of the wall. Um, and again, you can easily pick your way among them. Give me either give me an athletics check to climb up there. With advantage. It's not going to be hard to do. Yeah, you kind of easily. It's again with your small fingers and your strength and everything else. Right now, you're able to kind of pick your way up there, get up on top of the wall, and kind of perch there. It's fairly well lit inside. There's a fairly decent sized bonfire inside there, and there are kind of torches set on various things. Um, and they seem to be some sort of like this sputtering things. You're not sure what the fire is burning exactly. Um, uh until you kind of like pause for a moment at the interchange there, and you notice that um there's some bodies in the fire, like it's like humanoid bodies that are being burned. Um, uh, Occasionally someone will walk. You see as you pause and kind of hunker down there, kind of and there, someone walks along the edge of the bonfire there, kind of poking and prodding at things there, kind of moving things around. Um, you'll notice there's a metal rod of some kind stuck in there, and he kind of pulls it out and looks for some sort of hunk of meat on the end of it there. He kind of looks at it and walks over and sets it on a stone table of some kind there. Kind of like motions for somebody. Another one walks over there and they kind of look at it and start like take little knives out there and start carving off meat from it and start eating it. Can't really tell what kind of meat it is.
Silent Green.
Just do like one more little walk on the wall. Just
Yeah, you kind of like
around and just
okay.
see if I can see any.
Go ahead and give me first off stealth check and perception check. See how much you see, I should say. You're gonna see stuff. Excellent.
Sleight
Okay.
of hand.
It's same as the stealth, so
Oh,
it's
it's
fine.
the same. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Same.
it's all right. So you kind of move along the wall there, kind of moving slowly, kind of keeping low, kind of making sure you're not in the direct light of anything else, and getting a good view of things. Um, there's first of all, the guys that are there are dressed in sort of this dark, what appears to be sort of a hide type armor of some kind there, and there are kind of along the arms, like actual like bones, like tied on or stitched on in some way along there. You'll see actual like jagged sort of like rib bones, like kind of stitched across the chest piece, and other bones kind of on the side there. Um, Making some sort of a weird some kind of hide armor there. Um, so they can see that there. Again, probably about a dozen or so structures. Some of them are fairly large. A couple of them are kind of there. It reminds you a little bit, since you've seen it there, the giant camp, but on but more tents. The giant war camp that you were in there, where you have some of the kind of double wide larger tents, and they're all sort of that rounded yurt style kind of like structure there. They seem to be some sort of hides or leather of some kind that make up the outsides of the tents there with some sort of a frame.
Skin.
Hmm?
Or skin.
It's way too. It would take a lot of skin to make something that size. It would take like hundreds to make that double sized tent over there. Probably about 100 people to put that together. They're definitely like more animal hides of some kind. Um, and yeah, there's about a dozen structures or so. Uh, you can't really see into them very well because they do have sort of flaps but you do just kind of make out the way it's staying out there. There is on the far side, however, there kind of opposite where the gate is. We kind of there, and there is sort of a gate, sort of a structure there, kind of that can be kind of open and closed. It doesn't really, it's sort of like kind of metal and bone kind of stuck together haphazardly. They kind of be pushed open and closed. Looks solid. But it's on the far side, opposite where the gate is, you see a set of cages. And without getting closer to them, you can't really see what's in them, but they're large enough to hold like a couple of people, maybe a horse-sized animal, um, roughly. It wouldn't hold anything much bigger than that, but there's definitely a couple of cages over there.
Ooh, do I risk it?
No.
Well, you're not there to tell them no, so do you want to go for it?
I think I'll risk it.
Okay, one last stealth check to get close to the cages.
One last one.
Okay. Yeah, you pick your way over to them. Kind of, again, moving carefully. You're not in a rush here. You kind of pick your way over there and kind of get down. You will see. There's definitely one of the cages has a humanoid figure in it, kind of huddled up there. They're just like sitting with their back to the cage. Can't really make out much of the details. It's just a dark humanoid shape sitting with their back against the bars. There's almost no light over in this side of the camp, so again, you're using your dark vision to kind of see. So, yes, that is what. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
what you see.
I will jump off the wall, land perfectly silently because I'm a monk,
Mhm.
and then make my way back.
Okay.
So small bit of a problem. They are definitely eating people. Number one. Number two, there is someone that they have in a cage. Um, I think that maybe we actually do what we did with the giant village and maybe drop a rock on top of them, type of thing. But I do not feel comfortable just leaving them,
No,
throwing that out there.
maybe we can go and break them out.
Yeah. You think?
Yeah, we can't leave people being eaten, can we?
No, we cannot. Let's.
Well, before anybody runs away, I'm going to cast the telepathic bond on the whole party, as
Okay.
long as everybody's okay with it. And I will tell Mr. No Name what I'm about to do, that it lets us all speak with each other without actually talking out loud. So it helps when we're trying to be stealthy, and helps if we lose touch with each other to know where we are and stuff.
Right.
Is he okay with it?
Yes.
Mhm.
He'll tilt his head sideways and look at you and go, okay.
And then telepathically, I'll just say to you, it lets me do this, but it lets us all do it at the same time at a longer distance. So it's
And I
helpful.
will reply with my mouth, wow, I can hear you and your lips aren't moving.
Reverse it. Oh man. All right.
So you all hear him say that out loud.
In our heads.
I mean, no, he didn't reply in your head. He
No,
just
he
said
said it out loud.
Yeah.
Go out. Okay. Yeah. So
So maybe Athena, we play wrecking ball with the front door,
oh,
and what do you think?
I think we play wrecking ball, but I think throwing you over into it first would be more fun. But let's go with wrecking ball.
You don't need to throw him over. I can take him over with a carpet.
I can also fly over or jump over.
And the dwarf, still in amazement, looking back and forth, all these voices, and no lips are moving.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Resimir, you need to think in your head, not with your mouth.
And you'll hear him say, "Think with my mouth? This person is crazy."
Yeah, sure. Totally am. Okay.
So she replied to your, "This person is crazy."
He said, think with my head, not with my mouth.
Hmm?
Yep.
Didn't-
I
Saying to
need look
myself,
up
I didn't
something.
think I think with my mouth.
All right,
And
so
it's for the day, everyone. Think with your mouth.
think with your mouth.
So,
All right, where's my thing?
so,
There it is.
yeah, you guys can move along there. It's dark. Obviously, there's no like lights out here. There's no real bright lights out there, so you can kind of move up there. It is the middle of the night. Other than the two people that Esk saw, you didn't see anyone else coming and going. Just the person in the cage and two people that were kind of eating whatever came out of the fire. So, you kind of position yourselves to kind of get to where the gate is. Either you want to go through it and everyone else is going to go over, or what's the plan?
We're gonna go through it. At least I am.
Yeah.
Fly over.
Okay.
I'll jump over, and I want to kind of like position myself to be able to jump on the two people I saw.
Sure. Okay. So you kind of maneuver around and by the time you get back there, yeah, their point is there's kind of they're sitting on like kind of makeshift stools at that little table where the meat's sitting. Um, and so Amethyst and Lucas kind of flying up and over. How about you there, No Name? Nameless, what are you gonna follow in Athena?
Just before we break apart, I'm going to cast a little extra spell on myself while looking at everybody.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Alrighty. Gonna upcast it for everyone.
Well, I'm upcasting it for myself while looking at everybody, so it's gonna kind of like
Well, it's three people normally. So are you gonna
right. So that's
just do
gonna
the
cover
three?
4.
With one plus two more. Three creatures. So
Oh, so unfortunately, Esk won't get it.
if you cast to third level, you would get all five. Okay. So who's got blessed?
Everybody but Esk.
Okay, Hess does not have it. All right, cool. Okay.
Esca's blessed enough.
Ready? With his ones rolling around, it's gonna be
What
great.
the one's going? Okay.
Um,
So let's go ahead and get a set of rolls here. Athena, give me an attack roll on the gate. See how well you blast your way in.
do good. That's good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. So you come rushing up there and just blast the gate there, and you can see kind of as you hit it, it's like metal and bone, kind of like sit there. The bones shatter. Whatever is holding the gate closed, kind of like crashes, and it seems to open out toward you. So when you hit it, it sort of does this thing where it goes and then it opens up slightly. You can kind of yank it open the rest of the way.
I'm yelling when I open it up.
And
Ah,
then when
Okay.
that happens, I want to jump at
Yep.
Yep. Those two guys. Yeah.
You land. Give me 2 attack rolls, or attack rolls on each one, I should say. You have more than one.
17.
Yeah, hits. Yeah. Yep. So you basically you kind of land, and we'll just for style's sake, you land on the table, kind of either side there, just slashing and slashing, and both of them. And they barely even make a noise because you basically just like cut their heads off. And the stumps, as you're using fire, you just cauterize immediately, no blood spray, and they just drop to the ground there. One of them with a skewer, like a knife there, like a piece of meat in his hand there, just like they both fall unknown there. So Athena's rushing in. Amethyst from the sky. What are you doing there?
Um, is there anybody else there?
You don't see anyone else out there. You assume they're all in the tents right now. There's only 2 guys in the courtyard. They're outside the tents.
Okay.
Esk is down. Esk landed on the table between them and took their heads off.
Okay. I'll just follow and just stick close-ish to everybody else.
Okay. Not gonna attack or do anything else.
Oh, I can't see anybody.
There's tents, like a bunch of tents.
Yeah, but I don't know who's in the tents. I don't know if there are people, children,
Sure, gotcha.
victims.
Okay, sure, gotcha. Cool. Just see what you're doing there. So you're just watching and waiting, see what happens. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Lucas, how about you?
I'll fly over towards the cages.
Okay. At that point, you see the whatever figure is in there. Again, you can't quite make out details other than their humanoid, kind of back against the cave there. You can see that their head does come up and look at the sound, obviously. So they're alive. But again, you can't make it through the bars. You can't really make out any details about them, other than they're off looking in the direction of the gate that crashed in. The cage is mostly metal. It looks to be somewhat kind of rusty. You can see kind of in the firelight there. It's not like it's solid, but kind of like that the bars are pretty thick by the look of it there. But you're not sure how intact it is with the rust and everything else. But that's what you see. That's what you want to do with it since you see it.
Has it got a lock, or is it just like barred from the outside?
It does appear to have some sort of mechanism to lock it. You can't. It's not like a padlock or anything else, but there's definitely some. It's definitely closed in some way. You can't really see a lock specifically, but you assume it's probably locked in some way.
I'll try and unlock it.
Okay.
Figure that out.
You get down in there, and yes, there's some sort of a mechanism there, and some sort of a keyhole as you get in close there. It's not like it's a it is. It's from above until you land there. You can really see what it looks like there. But there is a keyhole of some kind to unlock it. So give me a sleight of hand check or thieves tools check if you got that.
Yeah. Thieves tools. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's kind of rusty and clunky, but you basically get in there with their tools, and you kind of hear it just grind open there, and the gate it opens there. The guy looks up at you, and you will see someone. The face you see is very dirty, and the clothes are very sort of patchwork looking. It's but you can't really make out any details other than maybe human. Again, it's a kind of dirty skin. It's hard and kind of like scraggy, like dirty looking hair for the most part there. But they're just dressed in. There's a ragged cloak over them or something, like very threadbare patchwork looking thing. Other than that, you can't really make out any details. Other than they sort of look up at you and just sort of like squint in your direction, kind of like slowly backing away. They don't say anything though, just sort of like backing away from you a little bit, for kind of pressing themselves further back into the cage away from you.
I'll just move away from the entrance.
Okay. All right then. Nameless, having followed in behind as you cast bless on everybody, sort of at the gate there. What would you like to do, seeing what you see so far? Amethyst is hovering up above, waiting. Lucas is at the back cage there. S took up a couple of heads, and Athena charged into the courtyard, yelling.
I am going to peek into the first tent I come to.
Go with the tent there. You will see there are 4 people in there that are sort of like obviously like blinking awake there and sort of like looking around. They're not really dressed in armor or anything else like that. They're sort of dressed in like rags and like ragged looking like clothing. but one of them is obviously reaching for a weapon of some kind there, a big old club there, and it's like looking around there as you peek the tent there. He's like, yo,
Person
to
with the weapon
kill.
reaching for the weapon, I'm going to hit in the head if I can.
Okay, you attack him. Go for it. Do an attack roll. You all hear voices from inside the tent there. Yep, he's not wearing armor, so yeah. Jeez.
Two-handed, 23.
Oh my god. So yeah, you just like comes up there and you see him, he's like, oh, bam, and he just like crumples one hit as there's a flash of light there, and you all kind of see the flash of light from the open space there. There's a uh, as there's like screams and yells and of anger and or panic or whatever else in there. As the nameless, you see three other people kind of getting to their feet there. Oh, another man, two women, all looking very savage, kind of wild hair, and all reaching for weapons of various kinds. So that's what you see. At this point, Athena, you will see, you'll hear movement and yells and shouts from the various places. So you'll see, like at one point, a couple of different tents there. People kind of throw open the tents and step out there. None of them are really wearing armor. They're all, some of them, at least a couple that come running out there, are fully naked. Don't seem to care. Just dirty looking, wild hair. Just like you can see just this expression of like malice and mixture of sort of malice, anger, and glee. Like their eyes are just like like wild as they all have either like clubs or spiked like spiked clubs or heavy looking maces. There's no real like well made weapons among them. They're all just very jagged and savage looking as they just come running out.
Wow. I will go running to them and then take
Okay.
my battle axe with both hands and swing
Okay.
it like a baseball bat.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a couple attack rolls and see what you do to these guys.
Okay. Roll 3 attack rolls or just 2?
Go to three. Go for it. You have three attacks. Go for it.
Mm-hmm. None of them with damage yet because I have to. Ooh, that's not good.
Okay. So I will say this. So basically, the first two you kind of come across there. The second one you come in there and just the first one you just like take off an arm and sink it into the body, and they just they like scream and fall to the ground. The second one you just kind of come across there, just kind of hacking in their deep flash across the chest there, and they fall. And the third one, you go to swing, and you realize that as you go to swing, you kind of pull, and the axe is stuck in the guy you just dispatched, and so you kind of have to kind of pull, and it rips out, and the attack just goes wide as you can't quite bring the axe back around in time to smack the last one that comes out there.
And I will laugh hysterically, but like evilly. Very evil like. Try to
Okay.
intimidate them. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, like that. Only deeper.
Deeper?
Okay.
Wow.
Yikes.
Yeah. That right there.
Like, yeah.
Sure. All right. Let's see. You will dispatch a few that way. Let's see who next here. Let's go with Amethyst. Do you see this? You see people rushing out there. There's another tent there. Some people coming out of it. A lot of people are just coming out of the different tents. And they're all various stages of mostly undress. And savage looking weapons. They're kind of rushing out there, looking around. We're running across toward where Athena is, running over to where Nameless is, and then a couple are running over toward where Esk is.
Adult?
Hmm?
Adult?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Fireball.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go for it.
Yeah, I'll do. I'll use the staff and do a 7th level fireball.
All right.
Suppose.
Oh, so, okay.
Well, I suppose that's going to burn all the tents, though, isn't it?
Sure as hell is.
Who cares?
Oh, you probably shouldn't do that then. Let's do
Who cares?
a.
Burn the tents.
What?
These are all cannibals, dude.
Yeah, but there might be people or stuff. I don't know if there's stuff in them. All right. All right. Fuck it, fireball. Okay. I think they're quite easy though, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fireball.
Regular
Some
fireball.
of the little fireballs kind of overkill. What you see so far?
Yeah.
They've all gone down in a hit.
Oh, I give it a
geez,
third
42 on a
level.
third level. Wow.
Fireball is 3rd level.
It is.
Yeah, it's 3rd level.
What did I click?
Yeah.
You click 3rd level.
Yeah, it's almost all 5s and 6s.
You just
The lowest thing you roll was a
rolled
3, and the rest are all 4.
The custom damage is the 1d8 for the extra
Like,
damage.
sure. Okay. Yeah, essentially a whole quarter of the camp, kind of on the opposite place where Athena-esque and Nameless are. Essentially, everyone running out of there just screams as they all just erupt, and this massive explosion just rips them apart. The tents are burning, because you pretty much dang near max damage. Essentially everything the tents are now brighter than the bonfire in the middle, as they're just the screams die down very quickly as the muffled explosion that happens silences them all immediately. And yeah, at least a dozen people just went up on them, just gone.
Oh, they're burning and eating people. I don't feel bad about it.
I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying this is the effect of it. Let's see, Lucas, you're at the cage there. You kind of hear the bright flash. The guy in the cage winces and kind of ducks down there at the sudden brightness. You're not sure what that was. But they say kind of in this huddled away from it there. But yeah, for the moment there, you're kind of lit up from behind by the bright flare of fire behind you. What'd that do?
Anything else in any of the cages, or was he the only prisoner?
The only one in the cage. Yeah, there's definitely, as you're seeing, there's not all rust on the cages. There's definitely blood on the cages as well. As you kind of see in the bright light now. As a good quarter of the village is on fire. So things are pretty well lit now. So yeah, but yeah, the other two cages, the other one kind of small cage would hold one person maybe. This one could hold probably 3, or a large like a horse-sized creature occupant. Other one would probably hold maybe 2, or like a dog size there.
I'll just point towards the exit and say go.
And give me a persuasion check as you can make this guy overcome his fear and move on. Oh yeah. Okay. And you see him sort of hunched over and runs past you as you get out of his way there. Based on how tall he is when he runs past you there, probably a dwarf about that height. Not small size, but not full human size either. As he kind of rush past you there. Thank you, and kind of rushes on past. Yeah. So he'll kind of pause, look at the fires, look at the kind of run past the bonfire and just run out the gate. Or he's running in that direction. He can't get all the way there now. He gets there, kind of hunches down there, kind of near where the fire is in the middle there, watching and looking for an opening. But yeah, that's what you see. Anything you want to do after that? After getting him out of there?
I'll just head back towards the rest of the party.
Okay, they're kind of spread out there, and the Amazon's kind of launched there. But kind of the whole like left around where this guy went there. The right side is where all the burning area is right now. You'll see various all the tents there. Their activity is happening. People are rushing out. Um, um, okay. In that case, we'll come back around to Esk. You started this all off here with decapitating two guys and seeing what's happening now ahead of you.
I turn around, looking for more cultist.
Oh yeah.
I just go read.
Yeah. So you kind of rush out there. There's, like I said, coming out the tent there, running all kind of a bunch of them running toward Athena.
I'll rage as a bonus
Sure.
action because
Okay.
they're eating people.
Yeah. Sure.
So
Yeah, you rush up there and go ahead and give me a couple of attacks.
once a bonus action rage.
Yep.
I've activated that. Okay. And Gadoosh.
Oh yeah.
Plus 2 damage now.
Sure.
Um
Oh god, yeah. Essentially, the one guy is running out toward Athena. You just sort of rush up there and just take off a leg, and he just like screams and falls over and just like twitches for a little bit and dies. Second attack there, scimitar. Yep.
Still only counts as one.
And then you sort of like, yeah, because you have one in each hand, right? Is that how this works?
no.
Oh, okay.
No,
All right.
it's only
All right.
yeah,
Okay.
that was the initial
Previous build, yeah, gotcha.
previous build,
Okay,
yeah.
so yeah, essentially you just kind of follow through, kind of essentially, yeah, just like cut them as you're running, and then just sort of like follow through and just kind of leap up and just take off like an arm and embed it into the chest there and rip on through. Yep, Draconic Strike there definitely hits.
Yeah. We'll do force. I'll punch this guy through a wall.
Sure.
Let's do force damage.
Okay. Yeah, you punch him and he just kind of like flies back into the tent he just came out of there and just hits into really solid thick tent there. As he kind of like hits into it and just falls to the ground unmoving. You definitely felt things break when you hit him. Like there's a bunch of like snapping and cracking of bones as you hit him there.
That's the end of my turn as I'm just running around killing cultists.
Okay. Athena. Yes, because rushing toward you, cutting down 3 as we go.
I'm gonna do the same thing.
Okay. Yep, they're all
Rinse
kind
and
of rushing
repeat.
out there. Yep. See what you got. Definitely hits. Ooh, it still hits. Again, they are not armored
Mhm.
at the moment. Yep, all 3 hits. Those damages. 15.
Well, that takes forever.
Ooh, that one's not so great. Okay. Yeah, so the first one, yeah, you just kind of you just smack him there, and the axe doesn't so much embed into him as it just sort of like knocks him back as like bones and everything else breaks in his chest as the impact of the axe takes him out there. The second one splashes across, and you realize it wasn't a solid hit, and the guy's like screeching out there. You bring the axe back around there and just take him out.
Okay. Well, then I will use action surge and go find 3 more.
Yeah, there's a few more out there. You can move off to the side over here where more are coming out.
Mhm.
Yep, go for it.
Probably go protect whoever needs protecting. I don't think any of us need protecting from these guys, but
Not yet. No, not necessarily. Yep, 3 more hits. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if that 17 doesn't hit, I'll roll my bless.
No, they all hit.
Max damage.
Nice. Oh yeah, 3 more dead. Just yeah. Essentially, you kind of like hit one, hit another, and then move into the tent where another one is like kind of has the flap out there, and he has some sort of wicked carved like knife in his hand.
Mhm.
And you just like the last one just like smack right into them there as he collapses to the ground. That's
If
your
Athena
go.
could rage, she would be raging right now, but she
Yes.
cannot rage.
No problem. So nameless, you got 3 people sort of like in the tent there where you were standing, kind of all arranged around you there. The first one drops easily. The
Have
second,
I been able to figure out what language these people spoke? Is it something I know?
They are speaking basically common. I mean, yeah, it's just there's like die, you will all be food. You will all be ours for the slaughter.
Okay.
Yep, they're definitely speaking. Yeah, common.
Oh, where'd my character sheet go?
Spirit
So
guardians.
with the 3 on this, I'll be like, hungry are you? Hungry are you? Hungry are you? The bad people went over there.
What's
And
this?
you're casting spirit guardians. You said. Oh,
Nope.
you're
Telling them
okay.
the bad people went over there.
I mean, they just watched you kill somebody, so it's. I mean, it's they
No,
like.
the real bad people went over there.
Hell, they. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it, but I mean, the DC on that when they're like, you just killed someone, you're in the tent, you step out of the way, and they're just going to come rushing toward you.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
if that's my action, I failed.
Uh, you can still move and do a bonus. That was kind of your action to try to convince them to go somewhere else. If you want to just back away
I
or
will back up 25 feet.
okay,
Flip,
yes,
flip, 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 and I will leap another 16.
okay. So you'll back away and then jump up there, kind of and you kind of find yourself in the area that's all like smoldering and burning, like all the burning tents are out that direction.
And I'm
All
still
that.
pointing that way.
Yep. Okay. Let's see it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So effectively, two of them kind of look in your direction, kind of squinting at the fire, and just like and come running toward you. The third one just sort of like is looking around and sees like Athena and Esk over there, and he goes running off that direction there again. Just sort of like this was the one not running toward you had like a spiked club in their hand. They're like kind of jagged bones sticking out of it. Just kind of screaming there. As the yeah. But the two on you, they're gonna make attacks. 1, 2. Yeah, they don't have what's your armor class? With your armor there, it's like 20
20.
something. Yeah, yeah. Essentially, you go to like the first one, you just kind of like whiffs, like swings way too early. You just kind of step back this side there. The next one kind of swings down at you, and you just put out your arm, and just there's this like thunk, and like no, like just like block it with your arm. Your animated, it managed to get your animated shield sort of like just barely past the animated shield. You just block it with your arm instead. No damage, just hits into the demon skin and just and you take it for no
Mm-hmm.
damage. Let's see. Amethyst, back to you. As we have yeah, not much is happening over in the quarter that you burned. Everyone just the few people that came running out there are all just on the ground. Um, not looking too like all lifeless and not moving. You see
So-
it. You see Lucas release somebody that goes running off, running toward the gate.
Uh-huh. Um, d- so there are tents that aren't burning.
The other sides, basically, eventually, big round circle. You basically burned the back left quarter of the tents there. Like 4 or 5 tents over there. Um, there was one the first one that Nameless went into, and then Esk and Athena are on the other side of there. Where there's a large tent and a few smaller tents over there.
Okay.
So yeah, you pretty much burned like 5 tents.
I'm gonna fly over to like another one and have a look inside and see what I can see.
You want to look at the one that's burning, or one of the ones that's not, because
One of the ones that isn't burning.
people that are coming out of them, like there are people like you go, yeah. So essentially, what you got is people are running out of the tents. So if you want to run, like go past one that people have already come out of, um, you will in one of them that you look into, you will see there is I wouldn't call it a crib, more like a playpen from hell. It's like a structure that's like meant to pen small people into. And there's a little kid there kind of at the bars. It's like like shaking the bars. Um,
Jeez.
yeah, it you're like, is that thing human or is that demonic? What is that? Is it like shaking the bars there?
Well, the people that are running, I'm just gonna I'll just blast 3 of them then and just
Sure. Yeah.
pew pew pew
Okay.
and say there's some weird little kid in here. I don't even know what it is. Weird.
I mean, it's kid sized.
Mm-hmm.
I think that damage only happens on the first one.
Okay. Yeah. The first one you just beat like somebody is like running out toward kind of running toward Athena, kind of you just hit him in the back of the head, and it's the front part of the head just goes poof, and he just takes a couple steps and falls to the ground. You catch another one there, and just the first one doesn't quite kind of hits him, clips him, and he keeps going there, kind of feeling his arms around there, and a second shot just drops him and kind of collapses over there. So a couple more down. All right, and then that was so we're back to Lucas again, as you kind of see just the carnage happening around here. Everyone's dropping, people are dying, tents are burning. And with this, there's some little thing and some little crazed thing in there, pointing the tent that she kind of stepped away from, and it'll just blast some people.
I can see them going down easily. I'll just draw weapons and
Okay.
hide anything.
All right.
Going towards me. Yeah.
Okay. So effectively, at this point, we'll make the rolls here because we are past time here. So I want to go ahead and wrap this up. You get in there at slash again. These guys aren't really much of a threat, and they're not armored or anything else. So you'll notice about any 15 hit points or higher drops an individual. What will end up happening though is in the main tent, the last couple figures to emerge from the main tent, you will see a person decked out. They're not decked out in full armor. Obviously, there's a helm on them that's a very skull-like helm. And you'll see that there's actually a face plate that's very it's like a bone face plate, but it's very you see sort of like jagged teeth and everything else. You'll see that there's a metal amulet that he's wearing with a similar like crazed looking face, but there's almost like a drop of blood behind it. Um, uh, and you've seen similar symbols there of a Rethnal is the single drop of blood there, or the crazed face. This Emblem has it there. He's holding sort of a twisted looking staff made of bone. There's a skull. There's actually 2 skulls, one on the top there, one on the other side over here. They're kind of sticking out there. He goes to sort of cast a spell, and there's 5 of you and 1 of him. And we're just gonna say it doesn't last very long for him. He's not wearing full armor, and he goes to cast like a harm spell, and somebody pretty much shrugs it off because you've got 22 temporary hit points and like hundreds of hit points otherwise. So somebody takes. We'll just say which one of you is it. We'll kind of just say.
Roll a d6. 1 through 4.
Razimir does it.
I just did. Yeah, actually, yeah, it ends up being I rolled so counting clockwise from on my screen there. Yes, the nameless. You take a blast of dark energy that doesn't do a lot to you really. I mean, it's you feel it. It hurts a bit, but you sort of shrug it off there, and it's only a. Let's see how much damage it is. We'll just call it.
It hurts in a good way.
18 damage. Doesn't even make it through your temporary hit points. As you sort of feel this cold, dark energy wash over you, and then it just sloughs away. And then the 5 of you can easily dispatch this guy and the few stragglers that are running around here. All told, 30 seconds has passed. From jumping in there, this is literally was just an absolute slaughter. As these people are all in here, the figure that escaped the cage, once sort of that figure appears and you all focus on him, at least one of you more perceptive passively will see them run toward the gate and run out the gate there. little feet, like ragged looking boots, flapping against the ground as it runs out into the darkness.
Actively, passively perceiving.
Yes, exactly.
Calm down, Chica.
Oh man. Okay.
It doesn't take long between the last of the folks here. The child that's in the playpen looking structure there is a feral creature. Think the little kid from Mad Max, but dirtier and like more and
Oh.
nastier. Um, like is there's a dirty, stringy hair, just like screaming and that they're not speaking words. It, it's it's very unpleasant. There's no other children to be seen in this place. Um, the age range of the people you're seeing amongst here probably 20s to 30s. There's nobody with gray hair. Um, like
Just
there's nobody
men.
older. Oh, I mean, it's hard to say exactly. Um, there's, um, but everything here is just makeshift, nasty, and the armor that you find again is that leather, like kind of like grayish, dark, either stained or like whatever hide it is kind of a dark gray color to it there with these bones stitched into it all around. Weapons are all like twisted, looks like almost like driftwood looking like clubs, some bent metal, some spikes and everything else. And this camp dedicated to the god of slaughter is quiet.
Mm.
And with that, we'll go ahead and call things there as you figure out what you're going to be doing from this point. When we come back in 2 weeks, as next week I will not be able to, we're not going to be playing next week because they're family plans. So I will be back in 2 weeks, pick up where we left off.
Mhm.
Any last minute things for anyone here?
The chief leg guys with the helm.
Yeah.
The helm still intact?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, yeah. You pretty much, uh, uh, yeah. You pretty much just dropped him fairly quickly because again, multiple attacks, multiple people. Yeah, the helm's intact.
I'm a bit
So is this
concerned
weird?
about.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit
Go ahead.
concerned about what we're going to do with the child.
Okay. Well, I'll let you think about that, and we'll pick up here next time to see what you want to do with it.
It.
But we'll at the moment, you don't know which it
Oh,
is.
I know.
Mhm.
So when we come back next time, we'll pick up there and kind of figure out what we're going to do from this point. As you are definitely over halfway to Yorlock at this point, having bypassed the dragon fight, dealt with a group of cultists, and the city is within a couple of days' travel at this point. But with that, thanks for being here watching. Thanks for playing as always, my amazing players. We will be back in 2 weeks. Hope you all had fun. Hope you all have a good time, and we'll see you again soon. Drinks are on us. Bye, folks.
Thanks, Jim.